Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Mr. Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Chu. Councillor Dollywell. Councillor Wong. Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Corral.
Here.
Councillor Chabot. Councillor Penner. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Demong. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to pick up where we left off. Councillor Sharp, do you have the amendment?
I do, and maybe to make this super clean, I could withdraw the one that was up there and just present the clean version without a friendly. It would probably be the best thing to do if everyone's okay with that. This has been vetted by law.
Can I just ask procedurally to make sure?
I'll ask, yeah,
Because it was moved and seconded.
by myself. Yeah, and
The motion can only be withdrawn with general consent or a majority vote of council.
Okay, can I get general consent, everybody, to withdraw it? Nobody's opposed to that? All right, go ahead.
yeah, thank you. Okay, so just to probably highlight some of the concerns we saw, one of the ones being from Councillor Walcott regarding DPs and the intention. So we cleaned this up. I'll let administration put it up when it's ready. Really what we want to do is give the folks the chance to have that compromise from 5 years to 2 years, but not hinder on the fact that if it takes them a couple months to move out of their existing facility, their 2 years start once they occupy the new facility. And this amendment also reflects that if they wanted to get a sign, that's a separate development permit, and that wouldn't hinder their ability to occupy. So anything else is separate. This is only for the temporary shelter. And I know there's been a lot of conversations on putting belts and braces on if there's 2 years from now, but what we're doing is adding a little bit of comfort and collaboration between the applicant and some of the neighbors, and I hope you can support this amendment.
Okay, it's seconded by Councillor Chabot. Councillor Corral, over to you.
Yeah, I'd just like to hear from administration. The nightmare scenario is that 2 years on, the repairs at the existing shelter are 3 months or a couple months from being completed, and these guys and the mustard seed needs like another couple months to just bridge before they can move back home. Does this allow that to happen, or are we going to have a problem?
This does not allow that to happen. However, the way this is written is they can get all of their permits in place, build it for the roof. They can move everybody out, and once they commence the use of the shelter, which means people are in place and they are operating a shelter, that is when the 2 years commences. So this allows a lot of time to the applicant to be able to get everything together before they discontinue the use and move people over.
Okay, but I'm saying when it comes time to move back, what happens if, however long it takes to vacate the current shelter, then we start construction at some point, they're operating for 2 years at the new place, and let's say there's a gap of a couple of months because we're not done fixing the old place. What happens then?
We would come forward with a land use amendment to extend the temporary permit.
We can do that, though.
We can the applicant would need to do that to continue the use, and it would go through the exact process that we're going through today.
Okay. Understood. Thank you. Well, I guess I should debate since I've got and I'll just say, I don't think any of that is necessarily necessary, but in the spirit of neighborliness and teamwork, I'm happy to support it. I will be rueful if 3 years from now or 2.5 years from now, with no incidents, we have to go through this whole rigmarole again just to buy them another 3 months of time. So I will support it, but reluctantly. I don't think it's going to be necessary. And if we do have a problem with the two uses next to each other, we're going to have to solve them long before 2 years from now. But this is a important gesture to indicate that these are two neighbors who are willing to work together. So I will support it.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I would say if the councillor for the area does support this, I would implore all the council to support it as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to eScribe to vote, please.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please. Mayor Gondik will mark him absent.
Okay.
And Councillor Carra, your vote, please.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 11-2 with Councillor Spencer and Councillor Penner voting against. Second reading of bylaw 63D 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 63D 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 63D 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Thanks for your patience, folks, while we got this right. Let's now go to item 7.2.6. This is the timed item. Mr. Kukic.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 6 is a new policy and land use amendment to allow for the comprehensive redevelopment of the former Viscount Bennett school site. Next slide. The recommendation before council is to adopt by resolution the proposed land use and Westbrook Community's local area plan amendments and to give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw to redesignate the site from residential contextual grade, RCG, to direct control district based on the multi-residential high-density medium-rise district, or the MHC district, and the special purpose school park and community reserve district. Next slide. The subject parcel is located in the southwest neighborhood of Richmond. It's bounded by Richmond Road to the north, Crowchell Trail to the east, 30th Avenue to the south, and 25th Street to the west. It's located within 400 meters of the Max Yellow Line BRT stop. Next slide. The site is approximately 4.6 hectares in size. It was formerly occupied by the institutional building that was the Viscount Bennett High School, which is currently being demolished, and is also occupied by a service parking lot and a playing field for the former school. The surrounding context includes a variety of uses and buildings to the north, ranging from a 1-story commercial building to a newly built 5-story residential building. Low-rise residential buildings are to the southwest and across Crowchell Trail to the east. Next slide. The site is currently zoned residential grade contextual infill, RCG. The adjacent lots to the south and west are also zoned RCG. To the north, there are a mix of different districts, including commercial office, CO, mixed use general, MU1 district, and special purpose community institution, the SCI district. Next slide. In terms of planning policies, the site is located in a developed residential intercity area of the Municipal Development Plan, or the MDP. It's located within the Westbrook Community's Local Area Plan, or the LAP. Within the plan, it's a comprehensive planning site, and it's also located within a transit station area within the LAP, where more than half the site is designated as a core zone, where buildings, scales, and intensity are envisioned to be the highest. The rest is transition zone, where buildings are supposed to transition in scale to the surrounding area. There are no urban form or building scale categories that apply to the site. Those are to be determined through the comprehensive planning exercise and the review process. But there are a few broader policies that apply, including creating a hierarchy of street and pedestrian routes, identifying locating open space, identifying transition of uses and scale, and considering the relocation of the Max Yellow BRT station closer to the site. Next slide. This is the LM plan as approved by the Calgary Planning Commission on February 27th. The LM plan establishes a block pattern with the public street network, It also includes a 5A pathway along Richmond Road and the newly proposed street that connects to the broader 5A network. It also includes 10% municipal reserve dedication in the northwest corner, and at full build-out, the anticipated unit count is approximately 1,230 units. Next slide. The proposed land use amendment includes a special purpose school park and community reserve district in the northwest corner for the previously mentioned public park space, and a direct control district that's based on the multi-residential high-density medium-rise district, or the MH2 district, which is intended to be located next to transit nodes and allow for small-scale commercial. The DC district is split up into 3 different sites with varying heights that are intended to provide a transition in scale from the northeast, where the BRT station is located, down to the southwest, where the lower-rise buildings are located. Next slide. The LAP amendments include amending the urban form map to designate the neighborhood connector category to the site, which supports primarily residential uses in a broad range and mix of housing types and forms, as well as the park and open space category in the northwest corner. Next slide. The LP amendment also includes amending the urban scale map. Again, the intent is for the building scales to provide a transition from the northeast to the southwest. The building scales that are proposed reflect the DC district, however, the DC provides more detail in terms of maximum heights and building form transition. The edges of 25th Street reflect the building scales that are across the street, which is a maximum 4 stories, and similar to Richmond Road, where it's 6 stories. The highest density area is in the northeast corner, closest to the BRT station. The DC provides additional rules on the form and separation of those high-rise buildings. Most of the site will allow up to 7 stories in scale. Next slide. And finally, we have the transit station area map. The amendment proposes to limit the car zone, the most intensive area, to the northeast corner. This change would reflect the location of the park, but also the building scale transition as proposed by the DC districts. Next slide. For the reasons identified today and in the report, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the resignation of land use amendment of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.6. We have a number of people who are interested in speaking to this one, so we have assembled panels. Right now, there are 10 panels. One is a panel of 1, so I may merge that individual with a different panel. But what I'll do is let you know which panel's up now, and I'll also let you know who's next so that everybody's ready to go. So panel 0 is going to be Nora Fraser, Martha McClary, Jennifer Duff, Kathy Oberg, and Tim Dvorak. And then panel 2 is going to be Stephanie Chapur, Frank Frey, Rajdeep Kandola, Christy Page, and Noah Davis. So let's get started with our first panel. There are seats up there for 5 people, 5 or 6 folks, so you can all come up and have a seat, and then you'll have 5 minutes each. There is a timer at the podium, is that right? Is there still a timer up there? Yeah, perfect, good. And there's lights that let you know that your time is still good or that you are running out of time. If you see the yellow light, it means you have less than a minute left. So let's kick it off with, are we going in order of Nora, Martha, Jennifer, Kathy, and Tim? Okay, then we're ready when you are.
Could we have the first slide up, please? Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Nora Fraser, and I'm here on behalf of the Minto Group to speak in support of this land use amendment and to share a bit about Minto and why we believe it offers real benefits for the community as well as for Calgary. First, I'd like to thank City Administration for all of their hard work in getting this application before council today. I'd also like to sincerely thank all the community members who took the time to share their thoughts and feedback during the process and whose input helped shape the plan today. Next slide, please. Minto was founded in 1955 by 4 brothers in Ottawa, with a vision to build not just houses, but homes for families. Over the last 70 years, we've designed and constructed more than 100,000 homes across Canada and the southern United States. We're proud of that legacy, and we take seriously the responsibility that comes along with it. Our Calgary office opened in 2012, and our local team of more than 70 Calgarians has 9 projects in the region. We live and work in the communities we help shape, and for us, this isn't just a project on a map. It's part of the city in which we call home. Next slide, please. We know that when people hear the word development, it can raise concerns, especially in a well-loved, established community such as this one. We truly believe this is the right location to add thoughtful, well-designed housing that supports today's needs and long-term growth. The site is ideally located in the inner-city southwest community of Richmond-Nob Hill in close proximity to transit, commercial amenities, and park space. The site also benefits from a grid street network, which provides multimodal connections and easy access to major transportation networks. The Max Yellow bus rapid transit system runs immediately adjacent to the site along Crowchild Trail and provides access to the downtown central business district, as well as connection to Mount Royal University, Rocky View Hospital, and Glenmore Park. We consider the site ideal to accommodate multifamily, transit-oriented development. Next slide, please. This property was owned by the Calgary Board of Education and contained a public school for several decades. It transitioned to a private learning facility prior to it being closed in recent years, with the property falling into disrepair. The site was deemed surplus lands as per the Municipal Government Act, and the city had the first right to acquire the lands but decided not to purchase the site. Therefore, the CBE made the decision to sell the land. In other examples, Council has provided specific direction related to building forums, community consultation, and preserving a specific amount of public open space. In the case of Viscount Bennett, however, the site was sold for private development without specific policy direction beyond what's included in the Westbrook Local Area Plan. Minto purchased the property in 2023 to reimagine the space. Next slide, please. Our vision for this site isn't just about buildings, it's about people. It's about creating a space where Calgarians can live, walk to amenities, connect with their neighbors, and feel a sense of belonging. We know that housing is one of the most pressing challenges facing our city, and we believe this project can be part of the solution. From day one, we committed to an inclusive and transparent engagement process because we know how much people care about what happens in their own neighborhood. Even when we didn't agree, we listened, and the ideas we heard shaped the plan that you see today. Thank you for your time. We hope you'll support this proposal, not just because of what it brings to this site, but because of what it contributes to Calgary's future. Now, Martha McCleary with BNA will share the details of our community outreach program. And just for note, the slides will just keep continuing, so no changes required to the deck. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McCleary.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Martha McCleary, and I'm an engagement specialist with BNA Studios, the applicant. I'm here to speak in support of this land use amendment application. I'm pleased to share highlights from our community outreach efforts and want to begin by thanking the community for their involvement throughout the process. We really appreciate the time and the diversity of insights shared, and it did help strengthen this application. Next slide, please. Thanks. Our outreach goals were to inform those potentially impacted by the project, listen to their perspectives, and gather feedback to strengthen the application. Since March 2023, we've engaged hundreds of community members through in-person and virtual sessions, meetings with community association representatives, and providing regular project updates. Our project email list has grown to about 350 subscribers, and we've sent 21 email updates to keep the community informed throughout the application. Feedback gathered throughout the iterative land use process directly influenced the evolution of the concept and the application. Next slide, please. Public outreach began in spring 2023 when Minto purchased the site. They introduced themselves to the community through a postcard and launched the project website. Over the spring and summer, there was an initial meeting with the CA, and updates were shared on site conditions and steps taken to improve security of the former school building. Next slide, please. We submitted the application on November 15th, 2023, following an in-person meeting with the Community Association, where we walked them through the application details. Our first public meetings were held later that month, both virtually and in person, to accommodate different preferences. The virtual session had 89 attendees, and the in-person meeting had over 60. While the application underwent city technical review and public circulation, our team continued to receive feedback directly. From the submission through to January 2024, we collected feedback via email and forms, receiving over 200 comments. The city also extended its comment period to allow more time for community input. Next slide, please. Following initial community feedback on the preliminary concept and the city's initial technical review, the project team began refining the application. To support this, we held additional engagement in spring 2024, focused on the public realm, topics such as open space, amenities, community benefits, and building transitions. We launched an online survey and hosted 7 small format community conversations at various times and locations to encourage participation. The sessions drew 56 participants, and the survey had over 166 responses. Through these efforts, we clearly heard that the treatment of site edges mattered. Participants emphasized the importance of green, landscaped transitions and thoughtful street features. There was strong interest in high quality, accessible open spaces and with well-planned programming for community use. Next slide, please. We prepared a What We Heard summary and shared it with participants in May 2024, synthesizing the feedback we had received since November 2023. What we heard was many participants felt that the proposal was out of character with the surrounding community. Common concerns included traffic impacts and how the proposed density might affect area infrastructure. In June, we hosted another public information session to present the updated concept ahead of the July resubmission. Based on community feedback, there was a reduction in overall density in this revised concept. Next slide, please. Another extended comment period was held to gather feedback on the July 2024 resubmission. During this time, some community members wanted more engagement on the supporting technical studies, particularly the transportation impact assessment. The project team, with support from city administration, made a concerted effort to respond and discuss these topics with community representatives through email, updates, meetings, and website materials. Next slide, please. In this last phase of engagement, we have focused on reporting back and providing information on the application. The project team has worked to balance the wide range of interest holder perspectives in developing the final concept. We provide ongoing updates as we finalize the application. Since the last session in June 2024, the concept has stayed largely consistent with technical refinements. We've continued sharing updates about these details, including at a virtual information session in November, and then a final in-person meeting this past February. We do want to thank all participants again, and Jennifer Duff with BNA will share how the application evolved throughout the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Jennifer Duff, and I'm with BNA Studios. I'm the applicant and speaking in favor of this land use amendment application. Next slide, please. Perfect. Now that you've heard more about the community engagement, I'd like to demonstrate how the plan has evolved since November 2023 based on both community and city feedback. The most significant changes happened between November and July, which is pretty typical of a standard land use and outline plan process. Final refinements of the plan occurred in later stages to get us to the plan that is now in front of you. A direct control district is now proposed to ensure that the site's unique characteristics and context are properly addressed. Next slide, please. We introduced an outline plan to address the master planning requirement. The overall plan now includes a public street, road widening, and additional road dedication to accommodate a multi-use pathway. A public park was also added to the plan. Overall density has been reduced. We started with an anticipated 2,500 units, seeking to understand what limitations might exist through technical studies. This proposal also did not include a maximum number of units. The two most recent submissions anticipate over 1,200 units, which is half of the original submission. We also introduced maximum and minimum densities in units per hectare. This equates to a maximum density of just over 1,500 units. Next slide, please. In addition to the density reduction, the team reviewed the proposed floor area ratio and building heights, and also reduced these two elements. Building heights and setbacks have also evolved. We have made special consideration of the 25th Street and 30th Avenue interfaces by providing greater setbacks and specific height rules directly in the direct control district to ensure a sensitive transition. Next slide, please. The lowest building heights are located along 30th Avenue and 25th Street, with 3-story ground-oriented units as the first transition. Along 30th Avenue, the height transitions to 4 stories and then finally 6 to 7 stories, closer to the middle of the site. The site contains a significant change in grade, and the buildings are intended to work with that grade. Specifically, there is a notable grade change as you move north along 25th Avenue. This grade change causes the height transition to 5 stories and then to 6 to 7 stories towards the middle of the site. The proposed building heights adapt to the slope with 1 less story at higher elevations to maintain a balanced overall height. The dark blue area is where the tallest buildings will be located. Rules within the direct control district will limit the floor plate for any buildings over 25 meters to 800 square meters. This will ensure narrower towers, which will have less shadowing impacts on neighboring properties. Building setbacks range from 0 to 6 meters, depending on the built form and interface. Precise details on heights and setbacks can be found in the direct control district. Next slide, please. The initial plan that was submitted proposed publicly accessible private open space. With the introduction of an outline plan and future subdivision, this was amended to provide for 1 contiguous public park. As per the Municipal Government Act, the maximum a municipality can receive in reserve dedication is 10%. The proposed 1.15 acre public park space meets that maximum dedication and provides for a consolidated open space in the northwest corner with frontage against both 25th Street and Richmond Road. This location was chosen and supported by administration for a number of reasons. It was determined that public open space located nearest the BRT and commercial uses was the most optimal location, as well as closer to other higher density sites, both planned and existing. The location provides good connections for both active modes and vehicles. This was also the best location due to topography and maximizing the usable space and reducing grading issues. There was also consideration for other park locations in the community, which includes existing parks west of the site and closer to the southwest corner. In addition to the public park, the proposal includes road widening on 25th Street, an upgraded public realm on the northwest and south sides, and an improved 5A network connection through the site and on the east side. These improved public realms and 5A connection will ensure the site is fully accessible to all ages and abilities. I will now hand it over to Kathy Oberg to speak to other improvements and provide an overall summary.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. Kathy Oberg from BNA Studios. We're the applicant and speaking in favor of this application, and I will conclude the presentation for our team. The slide before you, next slide please, demonstrates the improvements being made along 25th Street adjacent to our site. The existing condition along the east or right side of 25th Street does not currently have a sidewalk. Depending where you are on the site, there is also a significant drop in the grade into the existing school site. Today, the street edge is not pedestrian-friendly nor accessible. A 0.44 meter road dedication is being added to the roadway. An improved public realm is proposed to provide for a separate sidewalk and boulevard, which will include new trees. Rules within the DC district provide for street-oriented development that feels comfortable and sensitive to the existing houses across the street. Next slide, please. As part of our application, technical studies were prepared by professional engineers to assess transportation and utility infrastructure. Through review of these studies, it was deemed that there are no transportation or utility limitations. In fact, the studies supported 2,500 units. Upgrades to the existing transportation network are required, including a new signal and left turn lane at 25th Street and 26th Avenue, a new southbound left turn arrow at 29th Street and 26th Avenue, roadway upgrades along 25th Street, sidewalk improvements along site frontages, curb extensions at 25th Street and Richmond Road, and an upgraded pathway that will be integrated through the site and tie into the network improvements on 26th Avenue Southwest. Minto is willing to work with the city on early advancement of improvements, and updated traffic impact assessments will be completed with each development permit application. It should be noted, while our application did not warrant or suggest that 25th Street be opened at 33rd Avenue, it was closed at the time of the 33rd Ave interchange construction. A future roundabout traffic circle is expected at its location to access Richmond Green Park and Currie. This will be completed by others in the near future. Next slide, please. The next two slides illustrate the suitability of the proposal. A vibrant, well-scaled, transit-oriented development that illustrates the highest density focused towards Crowchild Trail with the lowest densities along 25th Street and 30th Avenue with stepbacks and setbacks. It meets the intent of the Westbrook Community's LAP while recognizing this site as a transit station area, in fact located within 2 transit zones. It demonstrates that development is sensitive to the local context, and it creates a node for the community, both achieving public open space, future commercial, and a safe new transit station at our northeast corner. Next slide, please. The site is just a few minutes from downtown and on a direct bus route to MRU and other areas of the city. The proposal is for underground parking at market parking rates, and parking will be restricted for our residents onto adjacent residential streets. Attention has been given to include curb bump outs to promote safe pedestrian travel, improve bike pathways, and a number of internal pathway connections to ensure the site is permeable and welcoming. Next slide, please. The next 3 slides are intended to demonstrate the pedestrian scale of the project. This gives you an idea of the design and feel of the proposed public street that runs through the existing site. Multi-use pathways and sidewalks with boulevards provide for a comfortable public realm that is accessible and accommodates multi-modes of transportation. Next slide, please. This shows the potential corner of 25th Street and 30th Avenue, which demonstrates how the improved public realm will look and feel, including crowd-oriented units. Boulevard trees and landscaping help to soften the interface to provide for a sensitive transition from the single-family homes to the west and south. Next slide, please. This final illustration is a concept of the proposed public park, which gives you a better idea of the size of this open space and how the future buildings will frame the space, providing for a safe, inclusive, and accessible open space. The space includes a pathway, on-street parking, and curb extensions to ensure this important placemaking corner is safe for pedestrians. Next slide, please. In summary, the proposed land use amendment presents an opportunity for a comprehensively planned transit-oriented development in an inner-city community that meets the goals and policies of the MDP and the Westbrook LAP. As demonstrated in our presentation today, the direct control land use will provide for a sensitive redevelopment that responds to the local context and site constraints with no transportation or utility limitations. The development will provide for much-needed housing in an inner-city community already rich with amenities, as well as a significant investment into the community with a new public park, improved public realm, and financial contributions towards improved transit stations. We appreciate the unanimous approval of Calgary Planning Commission. We are asking Council to approve and give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw to allow for redesignation of this site, and our team is available and happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have one more presenter?
Tom is available to answer questions with our team. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So that's it for this first panel. I'm just looking in the queue. You have a question from Councillor Chabot.
My question is going to be for Ms. Duff, probably more so than anyone, because based on your presentation, you spoke about the municipal contribution. You said the maximum you could contribute. Do you mean the maximum you're required to contribute under the MGA?
Required, yeah.
Okay, not the maximum you could, because you could contribute half of the site, right?
Of course.
All right, I was just looking for that. The opportunity to acquire the site was what, 2022 was the first opportunity, or when was it declared surplus? Do you know?
I'm not 100% sure. Those decisions were made, and then Minto came in as a purchaser. I'm not 100% sure.
In 2023? Is that
in
when
2023 is when it was purchased, yeah.
Okay, I'll clarify that question with the administration on when it was declared surplus. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies, Councillor Spencer. You were first, and I wrote down your name and completely forgot about you.
Oh, good. I think my question would be for Ms. McClary on the engagement. I mean, that has certainly taken up a lot of the airwaves whether it be the eye-opener, just the public conversation. Can you talk to us a little bit about the amount of time you invested in this conversation? Would it have been normal for a project of this size? Can you compare it to other projects that you've been on?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Spencer, for the question. So for this project, our goal really was to provide meaningful opportunities to inform and consult with the community. So based on the engagement spectrum, looking at that level of engagement. And what we did is we went beyond meeting the typical expectations for private developments and land use applications in terms of the depth of transparency, in terms of information sharing, the frequency of meeting and information sharing. So I would say in our experience, it was a very fulsome program. And of course, there's always conversations, and we have heard criticism and feedback regarding the level of influence that some community members were hoping to have. But really, truly, these efforts were rooted in a very genuine commitment to ensuring that community voices were heard, listened to, and that information about the application was readily available and transparent throughout.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, higher level of just volume of communication back and forth, but when we're talking about the style of and what you were allowing to kind of cross that threshold, so potentially, I don't know, but maybe you could confirm. My assumption would be then you're not participating in the resident-led engagement would have been because they were putting out there something well beyond inform as kind of the invitation and what they wanted to converse around and about.
And I will pass that back a bit to Kathy too, because of course, given how this particular project came to be with the decision by council before it sold, the level of expectation of how to design the site was maybe more in line with more of a city-led project as opposed to a private development or a typical private land use application.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
Perfect. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. I only have one question really because I know I'm going to be busy later. The big one that I have for you is actually around the conditions, the outline conditions. One in particular that we've talked about in the past, but one of the challenges, and the community's mentioned it as well, is on the mobility engineering side of things and the traffic signals and the additional upgrades. There's an asterisk, a threshold under there about the fact that if development happens elsewhere, it might trigger your upgrades earlier. What is your, I guess, this is part of the outline plan here, so it's kind of just, it's what's being presented, but can you describe to me your level of comfort with the fact that we have developments over at Richmond Green, if there's ever concerns about development in other areas, that you might end up seeing these come faster for you? And I just wanted your perspective on that part.
Thank you, Councillor Walcott. It's a very good question, and I alluded to it a little bit in my presentation. Minto wants to work with the city. That if if we come across something that has been identified in the TIA at a certain date, and we do a TIA update at a development permit stage, and that is warranting it earlier, we want to work with the city in ensuring that we get the upgrades done in a timely manner when it's needed. So that condition, we were comfortable with that condition within the outline plan conditions.
Yeah. That's it for this round. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. McCleary, thank you. Just a quick question with regards to, you had a slide that talked about the timelines and the public engagement of that. In the public engagement, would you say that all members of the community around participated, or were there's those that chose not to?
Yeah, of course, thank you for the question. Our efforts were really intended to always create an accessibility to participation, but as often with land use applications, there can be more vocal participants that carry through the process. And throughout the process, we also occasionally did hear that sometimes the tone of our meetings did prevent people from feeling comfortable to participate. So that's where we really did strive to create different venues, whether that be online, small meeting, large meeting, in-person meetings. We really tried to have a diversity of ways that we showed up to get that feedback. Anything to add?
would just add that we had a survey available as well,
Yes.
and the ability to send comments into our team, and they were just captured all together as we had the comments come in, and they were all addressed comprehensively. So we tried our best to accommodate everyone's needs.
Okay. Based on some of the submissions we've got, my understanding is that the community also held their own engagement sessions. Did you participate in any of those?
We helped open, there was one, there was a workshop that was held, and we came and we presented beforehand, and then left and let the community go through that process. But we participated, at the beginning of it.
Okay, and the response from both types are pretty much the same?
There is a desire to have the site remain as about 50% in open space and a reduced number of density. That was something we had seen early in the process, and through the workshop was the outputs of the workshop. For us, it was difficult, given the site, to be able to maintain 50% of it as open space. So we did our best to try and address all the other comments that we had received through the process.
Ms. Duff, you made a couple comments about open spaces. The original plan, I think you said you had open spaces scattered throughout and eventually brought together into one corner.
That's correct.
So in that, when you brought to one corner, was that the opinion also, I understand you said the opinion administration wanted that. Was that also the opinion that the community wanted?
So through the detailed review, the city requested one contiguous public open space. We did different opinion with some community members on the location of that, but with consultation with some other community members as well as the city, we ultimately decided on the northwest corner for the reasons in the presentation.
Okay. On the drawing there, on the south side, which is on the right-hand side there, that little courtyard in the center between the two buildings, is that open to public space to the community or just the?
That would be private landscaping space within a development.
With publicly accessible opportunities to move through the space and have the permeability down to the public park.
Okay, so the only community spaces then is that corner spot then?
As municipal reserve, yes, there will be a collection of private open spaces within each of the development cells that will still offer additional opportunity to enhance that municipal reserve as well as those site-specific sites in hoping to increase the permeability and connectivity. Okay.
Ms. Holberg, you and I had a conversation ahead of time and asked a question about this particular mental site. Are there similar sites that have challenges that this has? And how can we learn from those sites to here?
Yeah, we explored. There's definitely a lot of density that we have existing on a lot of our arterial roads. Some of them are in close proximity to transit stations, some aren't. Some have collector standard roads, some have like direct collector roads into them, some have more of a fine-grained grid network that get you in and out of sites. This area is definitely closer to that latter where you've got a grid network that will connect you to a number of different locations within the Southwest. So we found there was quite a bit of collection up Crowchild. Lots of different, I don't have all the exact names offhand, but we found that there was, I would say not a direct comparison, but definitely each had different elements to them that still created a viable, dense area, but some had different complexities with, say, or different nuances with their road structure.
Okay, and lessons learned there applied here as well?
I would say yes. I think, I know I alluded to, some other future upgrades that will be in the area, and there definitely has been some roads that have been closed over time, given the nature of when Crowchild was built and some of the interchanges. I think there's always great opportunity to improve some of that existing network, and so we're happy to work with the city as we move forward on some of those opportunities.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks so much. Anyone can answer the question that has the answer to it. When was the traffic study done?
I'm going to let Tom answer that one. He's got the technical information, yeah.
Thanks.
So the initial TIA was done in 2000. It was initiated in 2022. A revision, a version 2, based on feedback from administration, was performed in 2024 with counts used from the earlier part of the study.
Okay, and so not sure if it was mentioned or I missed it. I don't see it in the package. How many stalls are provided on site?
On site. So that's not specified in line. So we are using in the direct control district that is before you. There is no modification to the stock district. So it'll be the multifamily standards in the land use bylaw, which would be a minimum of 0.65 per resident unit and a maximum of 1.25 with a 25% TOD relaxation. If there were any future amendments to the general rules in the land use bylaw, that would also apply to this DC.
Okay. Why DC and not just stock district?
It's a great question. So most of the features in this DC actually seek to give the community and administration certainty of development outcomes here rather than create extra permission space or somehow reduce setbacks or height restrictions. So a lot of the features in the DC were born from community input on the site. So specifically, elements of setback, elements of form, and Ms. Duff referred to restrictions on Site 3 of the DC. Our initial proposal did call for more massing in the towers, and that was a big point of feedback from the community, was around structure massing. So in that DC, we've brought in some elements of the Beltline design guidelines, which actually restrict floor plate size above a certain height. So at height, you're getting a much more slender form in the structures, and you're also getting more building separation.
I think I would just add that it has maximum units also established in there, the maximum number that can be achieved within, so it doesn't go by the boundaries of the land use district, the base district, but it has set parameters.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to have some questions for administration about that, so thanks for being here today.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you in the queue, so thanks very much for joining us today. I'm going to ask the next panel to prepare themselves. It'll be Stephanie Chapur. Stephanie, do we have you? How about Frank Frey? Hi. Rajdeep Kandola? How about, it's either Christy Page or Christy Stainer. I've got both names. Christy Page or Christy Stainer?
Christy Page is here. I'm on the phone.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have Noah Davis? Oh, you can come on up. Okay, and all right, so this panel will be Frank, then Christy, then Noah. The panel afterwards is going to be Amanda Fraser, Robert Bombardieri, Pamela Jukes, Cornelia Wiebe, and Jesse Keith. So let's get started with panel 1 here. Frank Frey, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Frank Fry. I'm a resident of Park Hill. I'm old and decrepit enough to have played football against Viscount Bennett, so please don't hold that against me. I'm in support of this application. We need more housing. The applicant has integrated a number of consultations and decreased the number of units from over 2,500 down to 1,200. They have transit-oriented development. We need more housing. This process meets the criteria for a robust process for consultation. In a recent Ontario Superior Court ruling, I am not a lawyer, so take it for what it is, consultation does not include the right of veto. I believe this applies. I'm acquainted with some of the members who are in opposition to this proposal, but hopefully we can continue to be friends. Part of the challenge in evaluating zoning decisions is we see specific decisions, but we need decisions that consider the larger city. We need more housing. I'm going to bring up one unrelated topic to this, but I think it's important that part of what we need to consider when we have these larger discussions for larger plots, for larger developments, is that we need to consider the fact that this system has over 3,000 of our residents houseless. When are we going to consider them? I understand the applicant or the neighbors aren't responsible for that, but we are all responsible for that by doing things the way we do them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fry. Apologies for mispronouncing your name. Let's go to Christy Page, please.
Hi, my name is Christy Page, and I was born and raised in Calgary. A long time ago, I had a belief that taking all 3 sciences in high school was very important. So in the late 90s, I signed up for summer classes at Viscount Bennett. At that time, living in the deep south of Calgary, I understood the benefit of the Viscount Bennett school site was that it was easily accessible via transit to 3/4 of the city. For a demographic that was too young to drive or didn't have access to a car, this location had a lot of value. Transit connections have only improved since then. Now that the Viscount Bennett school building has been removed, should the site be returned to a grassy field like the multiple green spaces within the surrounding blocks, or should the lot be divided up into as many RCG parcels as the area can hold, allowing for maybe 400 new housing units? Either of these options continue the monoculture of what already exists, suggesting the status quo is the best we can do. This centrally located, easily accessible, ripe for development site is a rare opportunity. Adding a variety of new housing topologies would most benefit the residents of Richmond. It would allow those who no longer enjoy shoveling sidewalks and mowing grass plenty of opportunity to stay in a community they love and have socially invested in. It would allow the elderly parents and growing children of longtime residents more opportunity to become part of the community. All these new neighbors will create demand for local coffee shops and activated amenity space. These new friends will fill community volunteer positions and help make the voice of those advocating for Richmond stronger. This development is a win-win for everyone in all of Calgary. I hope Council approves all these new homes now, as we are all witnessing a housing crisis and have to do our part to help fix it. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Just stay on the line on mute in case there's questions for you. Let's go to Noah Davis, please.
Good afternoon, Council. I am a born and raised Calgarian who dearly hopes that he can continue to have a diversity of housing choices in the future. And I'm here today to express my strong support for this proposal and to urge this council to vote in favor. I just wanted to speak briefly about a common misconception I feel that seems to surround debates like these, around proposals like this. There's this idea that many opposed to this development and others like it seem to have and consistently try to express to this council. The idea is that there are no consequences to rejecting this proposal and that those in the surrounding area have everything to lose by letting it happen. The reality is that there is much to gain by letting this happen and a lot to lose by rejecting it. By denying this proposal, we would be denying investment in our communities and we would be damaging the city's economic and social welfare. Along with providing new housing options in a desirable area, the most obvious benefit, the applicant is also proposing upgrades to transit infrastructure, public space, and building a brand new park. Are we seriously going to reject this proposal on the grounds of it being too big? Given the actual scale of the proposal and the significance of the site, that is frankly ridiculous. When we constantly say no to stuff like this, as the city has done many times in the past, we are clearly telling the rest of the country that Calgary is not a place that companies should invest in, and that those with the capacity to make our city better just shouldn't bother. That this is a city where we value bureaucracy more than growing our economy and welcoming newcomers. Either we say yes to this, or we let derelict inner-city land well-served by existing infrastructure like the Maxed Yellow sit empty. Let's be clear, the proposed unit count, which has already been significantly reduced in size, is a reasonable number for a site like this. And reducing that count even further will likely damage the economic feasibility of developing the site, running the risk of the land continuing to sit empty. And finally, and most importantly, by denying this, we will be denying over 1,250 students, families, and the elderly a place to call home. Those people, some of them may be our friends and family, are going to have to find somewhere else to live. What kind of city and people are we? Do Calgarians not pride themselves on being welcoming and friendly? Are we not built on a culture of fiscal responsibility and innovation? Rejecting a proposal like this goes against that spirit and directly contradicts the city's own policies and goals, which seek to develop high-density housing near rapid transit. The fact is, this development is both necessary and appropriate, and we need a lot more of it. Do the sensible thing and vote yes to letting people have a place to live. It's really that simple.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I'm just looking in the queue, and I don't see anybody with any questions for this panel. So thanks for taking the time to be with us today. I'm going to go on to the next panel. So do we have Amanda Fraser? Do we have Robert Bombardieri? Great. Do we have Pamela Jukes? Great. Cornelia Wiebe? Jesse Keith? You can all come up and grab a seat up there. And let me ask, do we have Gary Bobrovitz? You can come on up too. I'm going to make you the sixth person on this panel. All right, so just as we're getting started on this one, let me advise you on who's next. It'll be Hazen Elwood, Peter Koning, Karsten Vandenberg, Mike Houston, and Greg Miller. But let's get this one started with Ms. Fraser.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondak, members of City Council, and fellow residents. My name is Amanda Fraser, and I've been a resident of the Richmond neighborhood for over 10 years. My husband and I are raising our 5-year-old daughter here, and our extended family and close friends are all part of this community as well. We all care deeply about the well-being of this neighborhood, which is why I stand before you today, not just as a homeowner, but as a mother, a neighbor, and someone who values thoughtful, responsible growth that will improve the quality of life, not diminish it. I understand and support the need for growth and development in our city, but growth must be responsible. The proposed high-density development at the Viscount Bennett site is not responsible. It's excessive, out of scale with our community, and will have severe negative consequences for those who already call the neighborhood home. First and foremost, the density of this development is simply too high for our community to sustain. Our neighborhood currently has a density of about 8 units per acre, and the municipal plan allows for a reasonable increase of 40 units per acre. That's already a significant increase, 5 times what we have now. However, this project proposes an overwhelming 116 to 203 units per acre, at least 15 times what we have today. It's not about the number of people, it's the sheer volume of units being squeezed into a limited space that will overwhelm our infrastructure. I support growth, but we need it to be smart and sustainable. A key issue with this development is housing diversity. Increasing the city's housing supply shouldn't mean cramming in as many 1- and 2-bedroom condos as possible. Families like mine want to stay here, and we need real housing options to do that. The CPC submission supporting this project suggests it could bring in 1,972 people across 1,231 new units. That's only about 1.6 people per unit. That's not meaningful growth, it's just volume. We need fewer, better designed units that support families and long-term residents, not thousands of tiny units that encourage transiency and disconnection. Half the number of units focused on real homes, townhouses, duplexes, and family-sized apartments could support the same number of people without overloading our streets and infrastructure. That's the kind of thoughtful density that strengthens the community. I have taken the time to read through many of the public submissions in support of this development, and I want to be clear, we agree with many of their key points. They talk about the need to increase housing for families. They emphasize the importance of locating housing near transit. They say that well-planned density can strengthen communities. We agree with all of that. We're not opposed to these goals. We support them. We're not asking council to kill the project or to leave the site undeveloped. What we want is to ensure that this development actually delivers on the goals that both supporters and opponents say they care about. That's a shared goal, and we hope it's one City Council will take seriously. The community engagement process has been deeply disappointing. Rather than proposing responsible growth, the developer's initial plan included a concept with 30-story towers and twice the number of units. This was never a viable option for our community, and now, this was never a viable option for our neighborhood. And now, to call the revised proposal pared back to address community feedback is disingenuous. It appears the initial proposal was deliberately excessive, designed to make the current plan seem more palatable. This is not real community engagement. It's strategy disguised as compromise. True community involvement should be built on an open dialogue and respect for the neighborhood's character and needs. During the consultation, Minto even referred to the meetings as a check-the-box exercise. At no point did they show real consideration for residents' concerns while they informed us rather than listened to feedback. Parking and traffic are serious concerns as well. This development qualifies for a 25% reduction in parking due to its proximity to transit. Urban planners may hope that this will encourage public transit use. But Calgary is not a city where people can easily live without a car. Despite my husband, my sister, and friends often using transit or biking to get to work, we still rely on cars for errands, medical appointments, and family visits. The proposed development includes only 703 parking stalls if the 25% reduction is applied to the minimum for 1,500 units, less than half a stall per unit. A more realistic estimate of 1 car per unit would mean 800 or more additional vehicles on our already crowded streets. There simply isn't enough room to accommodate that. Pedestrian safety is another major issue. The intersection that allows access over Crowchild Trail to the shops and amenities of Marda Loop on 33rd Street and is closest to the northbound BRT stop is already dangerous. Vehicles exit Crowchild at high speeds and visibility around the pedestrian crossing is poor. This has been a known safety concern for years.
Ms. Fraser, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Robert Bombardieri, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. And thank you for taking time to listen to me today. My name is Robert Bombardieri, and I live in Killarney, about 700 meters west of this site. And I'm here to provide my perspectives and concerns on why I oppose the proposed development as it currently stands. My opposition is based on 2 words that I could not find in any of the publicly available written documentation. Those 2 words are construction timing. At the February 2025 public engagement session that Minto had, when asked about timing, the Minto representative said it will take 5 to 10 years to construct. And he went on to elaborate that that time frame was, from what I understood, was how many units were going to be built. Okay, and then my opposition to this construction timing didn't fully sink in until last month when I was walking by the site on 30th Avenue. And to my right, there's the chain link fence with the barbed wire on top. And beyond that is the field for the Viscount Bennett schoolyard. To my left were 2 elementary age school children getting into a car, and I'm assuming they're going on their way to school. It was at that moment I realized the impact that 10 years of construction could have on a family and on children. And based upon what I've seen in the public green space around my house over the past years, is those children, they had a toboggan hill, they had a field for snowshoeing, a field for flying a kite, for playing soccer, playing baseball with friends, family, and neighbors, all within eyesight of their home. Now, how much of their childhood and that of the other children in the area will have those memories replaced with construction traffic waking them most mornings. And doing homework, studying for tests with construction noise in the background in the afternoons, from now until they graduate high school. There are many reasons why hundreds of families live within a few hundred meters of the property. I doubt if any chose that location so they could live with noise, smells, and dust and the ensuing mental and financial stress placed upon them for 10 years due to construction of 8 buildings near their homes. For the families who didn't ask for this project, 5 years of construction is harsh. 10 years is cruel. That's all. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Pamela Jukes, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek, and thank you, City of Calgary councillors. I am here today to implore you to please vote no on Minto's current proposal regarding the land use redesignation on the former Viscount Bennett site. I was born and raised in the Nob Hill area and attended Viscount Bennett School, junior and senior high in the 70s. I currently have moved back into the Nob Hill area to stay with my sister-in-law. I'm very familiar with this community. The number of units that Minto is proposing far exceeds the current capacity of the Richmond-Nob Hill area. The Municipal Development Plan recommends a maximum density of 40 units per acre, while Minto's current proposal includes a density of up to 283 units per acre, which is 7 times the city's MDP for UPA. In just the last year, I've noticed that all these communities the communities and the surrounding areas have experienced a very noticeable increase in people, traffic, and parked cars, including in residential streets, where some streets have become nearly impassable due to the number of parked cars. And just on 20th Street, between 26th and Richmond Road, basically there's so many parked cars and it's a bike lane, and two cars going different directions cannot pass at the same time. One has to pull over, which is one of the main access routes to Crowchild Trail. Until recently, I worked in the northwest section of the city, and I had to access Crowchild Trail North via Richmond Road at 7:15 in the morning. And it's impossible to merge onto Crowchild Trail because the traffic going downtown is totally stopped. So you have to wait for someone to let you in, and then you have to accelerate from 0 to 80 miles or 80 kilometers an hour just to get onto Crowchild Trail. And it's terrifying, honestly. And that's at 7:15 in the morning. I didn't think rush hour started that early, but anyhow, forgive me, I'm a little nervous. I really do believe that the traffic volume and flow studies are either outdated or simply inaccurate, because I live and drive in the community, and I can tell you there's a huge increase in just the last year of traffic. And the infrastructure of roads does not support the numbers Minto's proposing, not to mention the infrastructure of the pipes that are 70 years old, not functioning at full capacity, and are near the end of their lifespan. It really concerns me, after the water concerns we had last summer, that we're going to have similar concerns with water and sewage. And I feel that's going to be extremely detrimental to our community. This community, Richmond and Nob Hill, are designed as a low-density area, which are currently being overwhelmed by densification. Several new developments are popping up on almost a daily basis. Every time I see a bungalow for sale, I shudder because I know there's going to be a multi-unit thing going in there. And a lot of Minto's proposal is based on, well, people are saying we need more housing, I agree, but this is not affordable housing. Half a duplex in the area sells for close to $1 million. Rental units that have recently gone up across the street from me are starting at $3,000 a month. There's no way I can afford any of that. I would love to stay in the community. I've been here all my life. And I think parking is the other huge issue that Minto needs to commit to parking for at least one car per unit, if not more, because half a parking spot is just not going to cut it. I'm sorry. Anyhow, I just implore you today to please vote no on this proposal from Minto as it stands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Cornelia Wiebe.
Good day, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Cornelia Wiebe, and I am a resident of Richmond, Nob Hill. I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed development of the Viscount Bennett School site by Minto Developments. Let me begin by saying this. This site should be redeveloped. The former school had become a safety issue, vacant, deteriorating, and attracting vandalism. Its sale was inevitable, and residents have welcomed the opportunity for thoughtful, community-minded development. But what is not welcome or responsible is approving a project of this scale without addressing its broader impacts of traffic and infrastructure. This proposal is high density in design, over 1,500 units potential, and it's being layered onto a site with no direct access to or from Crowchild Trail, one of Calgary's busiest corridors. For this access, traffic generated by this development must funnel through Richmond Road at 29th Street, a local intersection not designed for high volume flow. To make matters worse, this isn't the only major development at this very intersection. Serena Homes is set to build another 400 plus units on the Richmond Green Park space, land which the city recently sold. Combined, these two projects will introduce well over 1,900 new residential units, funneling all vehicle traffic through this intersection and surrounding residential streets, not designed for this volume. Simply put, the major intersection intended to accommodate access to Crowchild Trail is not directly connected to this site, and the surrounding road network lacks the capacity to absorb this level of densification. This raises serious concerns around traffic congestion, road safety, emergency access, pedestrian connectivity, and school zone exposure. These are not hypothetical concerns. They are practical, daily realities for residents, many of whom walk, bike, and drive in this area with children and aging parents. Equally important are infrastructure considerations. Existing water, waste, and stormwater systems in the area were not built for this level of densification, nor were the adjacent roads. The city and council must evaluate this not as a single development, but as part of a larger cumulative impact on services and mobility. Furthermore, from a planning perspective, this proposal exceeds the city's own guidelines, including the Westbrook Local Area Plan and the Municipal Development Plan. The community has made extensive efforts to engage constructively with Minto, bringing forward solutions aligned with those documents, only to see little reflected in this final application. So I ask you, why have planning documents at all if they are consistently set aside? This proposal isn't just lines on paper, it's a permanent fixture that will shape our neighborhood for generations. And while the city and Minto are compensated for their time, the residents are not. Your constituents. We are volunteers giving our time, energy, and sometimes even our own money simply to have a voice. Growth must be balanced, coordinated, and sustainable. It cannot be approved project by project in isolation under a microscope. It must be viewed through the lens of neighborhood-wide planning and existing infrastructure. We are not anti-development. We are pro-smart development. Development that respects the scale, fabric, and character of our community, that considers infrastructure, traffic, and pedestrian safety, and aligns with the very guidelines the city put in place. I urge Council to vote no to this proposal as it stands, and instead send a clear message that developers must work with communities, not around them. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Jesse Keith, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of Calgary City Council. My name is Jesse Keith. I'm a neighbor to the Viscount site, and I'm a professional engineer who lives and works in Calgary. I've lived in Calgary for about 25 years in the neighborhoods of Bridgeland, Inglewood, Renfrew, and now Richmond. So I've always lived in that downtown core area, and I'm not afraid of development. In fact, I like culture, I like cafes, I like shops, I like restaurants, and I like a little bit of density. I also want to note that I've never spoken at a development hearing or before council. The reason I give that history is because I'm here in opposition to this project, not because it's a simple NIMBY, but because this is very obviously the wrong project for this site and has been driven by a flawed development process right from the start. While there are numerous reasons that this project doesn't make sense, I know there are a lot of people here today, so I wanted to give two clear reasons why I am in opposition to this plan. Firstly, and this has been noted a few times, is the complete lack of meaningful consultation. I've been to Minto's meetings, I get their emails, and I'm certain that I'm on a list somewhere of folks who were consulted. I have never been consulted. I have only been notified. Notification is not consultation. The developer has treated this process as a box to check from the very start. It is supposed to be a process that protects citizens, gives them input, and leads to excellent and livable neighborhoods. On that score, this is a missed opportunity. The clearest evidence for lack of consultation is the lack of evolution in this plan, despite high neighborhood opposition. If you looked at the evolutions that were shown earlier, you see a sidewalk moved here, or an enormous tower that was made into a slightly less enormous tower. But there's been no real evolution to this plan throughout the process. The second reason for my opposition, and the main driver of the high neighborhood opposition, is that this is simply the wrong project for this site. It is far too large and the density is far too high. There are numerous ways to describe or measure how this project doesn't fit in the neighborhood. One notable metric is that the proposal is in the range of 300 to 700% higher per unit acre density than the city's own MDP. I asked the question, why does the city have MDPs if they don't provide meaningful goalposts? It is also completely out of scale with anything nearby, such as the condo developments taking place in Marda Loop. This site has no access to a major roadway or to light rail transit. The closest comparable development would be Westbrook, which has access to Boat Trail, 17th Avenue, and an LRT station. This site does not have access to any major roadways. Although it is situated next to Crowchild Trail, it is more than 1 kilometer worth of driving to get to Crowchild Trail. This is done via residential roads that are already overloaded and lack parking capacity due to bike lanes. There is no plan for where all the residents of this site will park. As the developer themselves noted earlier, their plan is to do the absolute minimum for parking spots per unit, which is completely inadequate for a site that has no access to LRT. These people will be drivers. In summary, this project is simply not supported by the public transportation, parking, and neighborhood infrastructure that it needs to be successful. These concerns, which are obvious, have been ignored by the developer that has failed to perform a meaningful consultation with the current residents, who will be the ones left to live with the traffic, the blocked streets, and the diminished neighborhood. This project is a missed opportunity to use this site as a launch pad to turn Richmond into a thriving neighborhood and a continuation of some of the more reasonable development that is creating a great neighborhood across the road in Martelou. Thank you for your time today.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Gary Bobrovitz, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Gary Bobrovitz, and I'm a long-term resident of Ward 8 and a citizen interested in this project. I've had an opportunity to hear from some, albeit not all, members of the Richmond Nob Hill community, and there are supporters. However, there are many more who are not in favor of this project, and council is hearing from them today. With the indulgence of council, I don't wish to focus on my personal position or the technical elements of this project. 2025 brings heightened awareness of municipal issues because of an event later in the fall, and I don't believe it's appropriate to make either veiled or overt political statements before council, although I know the chairman runs a tight ship and wouldn't allow it, but some are being tempted. It's unfortunate that not everyone is observing that protocol. I suggest we keep election campaigning outside these chambers. My concern here today is about the adequacy of the process to ensure it is fair and comprehensive. Now, the public hearing is about land use, and I do endorse thoughtful urban development that is sensible, sensitive, and sustainable to provide affordable housing to Calgarians with the support of communities like Richmond Nob Hill. Frankly, super density does not serve any community in our city. And I want council to embrace maximum opportunities for extensive community consultation. The key is how that is executed. Some would argue there are other more appropriate sites for this project, including the Westbrook Mall area, which has an ideal transportation hub, a library, a mall, and many other amenities. Land use can only be decided by the people sitting around this horseshoe. Once completed, it's unlikely to be further modified without the support of the landowner. So for all these reasons, council members know all too well when it comes to land use matters, getting it wrong is not an option. Your job is to get it right the first time. Please use your collective wisdom in making the right decision in the right way. This is the proper pathway to a solution that is equitable, balanced, and improves the quality of life for all Calgarians. If you have any doubt about the appropriateness of this application, including not having sufficient information to adequately assess whether this project gets it right, then you have a responsibility to defer your decision or to refuse the application, much as you recently did on the Glenmore Landing project. Council has been criticized for not hearing Calgarians on land use issues. In fact, some council members here today have been hurling some of these allegations. Now, that's their right as elected representatives in a democracy. They're entitled to their own opinions. They're not entitled to their own facts. So I strongly urge all council members to demonstrate clearly that you are committed to a robust and fulsome exchange of ideas and relevant information, and to establish no doubt to all Calgarians that you are, in fact, listening. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I'm just going to look and see if there are any questions for this panel. And I am not seeing any, so thank you all very much for joining us today. I appreciate the time you took to be here. Let's go to the next panel. Have we got Hazen Elwood? Do we have Peter Koning? Great, you can grab a seat. Do we have Karsten Vandenberg?
Yes, I'm on the phone.
Perfect. Do we have Mike Houston? Hi, you can come on down. And do we have Greg Miller?
I'm on the line.
Perfect. Okay, so just before we start with this panel, let me tell you who's next up on panel 5. We'll have Cheryl Purdy, Kevin Widdenmeyer, Alexandra Robertson, Marnie Evans, and Annie Lamb. So let's get things started with Mr. Koning, please.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor Gondek. Thank you. My name is Peter Koning, and I've been a Calgarian for 27 years. I'll start by saying that I believe you have a very compelling case to approve the proposed redevelopment, and I'll tell you why. I've worked my entire 40-year career in environmental sustainability associated with the oil and gas sector. The team I lead helps with developing sustainability strategies, among them ways to lower greenhouse gas emissions. But oil and gas production accounts for only about 20% of life cycle emissions. The end use of oil and gas, such as in vehicles and buildings, accounts for 80%. Solving for end use emissions means looking at where energy is used and in cities. Now, my son is in urban studies at U of C. He started me reading on a couple of urbanism books, and I was hooked. I've now read about a dozen urbanism-related books, and I can tell you unequivocally that how we live in and get around in cities matters for reducing those 80% of end-use emissions that I mentioned. But you see, the great thing about solving for end-use emissions is that it also makes them more enjoyable. By being more walkable, bikeable, with easy access to amenities and good public transit, which is exactly what this redevelopment contributes to. You've already got the Max Yellow running right past the place, begging you to make good use of it and deliver on the aspiration for more transit-oriented development. We need more places that don't make us use cars for everything we do. And I love that they rightly included a planned park right on the site.
Hi there, if you're on the phone line, could you please make sure you're muted? Thank you. Sorry about that. Please keep going.
Another compelling reason to approve this, it makes perfect sense for city coffers. The property tax haul from this will be impressive, and it leverages existing infrastructure. Many who would say no to this project, to this development, don't realize it forces the same quantity of housing to some far-flung suburb, which is more expensive for the city because it means more reliance on city budgets for all the new infrastructure. Another way of saying is that it's saying no to this risks higher taxes, and that would be a bad fiscal move. Approving this development checks so many boxes for various city strategies. It contributes to less car-dependent living. More shared walls means more energy-efficient homes. Way more tax revenue while leveraging existing infrastructure. It delivers on transit-oriented development. And last but not least, it means desperately more needed housing. And one last point, now you'll hear concerns about traffic, as we've already heard. This is for 1,231 units. Maybe I'll do a test of the council members who here knows how many students this school had at its peak. Hand up, anybody know? It had over 2,000 students at its peak. And so I have a hard time imagining the traffic being worse than 2,000 students getting to and from that school. And, you know, on the point about traffic, if we build for people and places, we'll get people and places. If we build for cars and traffic, we'll get cars and traffic. Now I'll close by saying, as I mentioned, the team I lead develop strategies to support our development plans. And key to any strategy is the stewarding of its implementation. You have another opportunity today to take a decision that further implements the strategies you've already endorsed. Your decision to approve is both credible and defensible. To do otherwise would go against city-approved strategies and damage your reputation with the developer community. Thank you, and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Karsten Vandenberg, please.
Hello, my name is Karsten Vandenberg, and I am in favor of the redevelopment of the Viscount Bennett High School. As a grade 11 student in Calgary, I believe that the city needs this development through our current housing shortage and inflated market. I'm a daily transit user and commute on this corridor lot, and so it's exciting to see the development progress. The development would increase neighborhood capacity, bring energy and community, and bring a needed replacement to the unused school building. Development features a much-needed Max BRT station improvement, as all stops on the Max Yellow to Wood Park north of Mount Royal Station do not feature heating, accessibility, and also lack proper lighting and seating capacity, so improvements are very welcome. I see the positive impacts of development in Ward 7, specifically surrounding Sunnyside Station, and I have sent emails to the Ward 7 office regarding my interest in development and transit projects and improvements. New developments often include sidewalk and pedestrian safety improvements and typically result in the installation of better bike infrastructure. The developments in Hillhurst Sunnyside area, which has been successfully implementing high density for over 40 years, and the redevelopment of the Viscount Bennett High School will continue to bring benefits and prepare our city for future demand and prosperity through their included amenities and transit connections. This proposal has appropriate setbacks and proportional massing, while also including public spaces, and the planning process heavily involves community feedback. The approval of this development will encourage other developers to responsibly transform poor land use into appropriate and affordable residential housing for current and future generations. Therefore, I feel it is the right development for the site. Since Calgary's transit network is, contrary to popular belief, very well set up and completely usable for day-to-day use and errands, overwhelming use and ridership should be expected. Building this kind of transit-oriented development will warrant the increased frequency of Max Yellow BRT, which, while currently operates at an 18-minute frequency during off-peak hours with 10 minutes during morning and evening rush hour, could be improved to C-train standards, which for the record currently operates at 10-minute off-peak and 5-minute during rush hour, as well as 15 minutes in the late evening. This would be a welcome improvement for both residents and MAX users, and I strongly encourage Calgary Transit to make this shift as part of this development. Much like the Midtown Station proposal in the Fisher Park Chinook area, this development also proposes necessary transit improvements. This should be the going standard for all proposed developments along major transit corridors, and the approval of this development will continue to set the standard for developments adjacent to transit alignments and encourage other proposals to directly involve transit in their plans. I am therefore in favor of this development as it will prepare our city for the future, bring energy to community and community to the Richmond area, bring improvements to adjacent transit, which in turn encourages residents to take advantage of a fast and frequent downtown connection, as well as the bikeable distance to the Westbrook station, while also using a more sustainable and affordable form of transportation, such as Calgary's comprehensive transit network. I am also in favor of this development as it sets a standard and serves as a role model for other responsible proposals and developments in the city of Calgary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay on the line on mute just in case there's any questions for you. I'm going to go back and check and see if Hazen Elwood has been able to join. Okay, let's go to Mike Houston then, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to talk. I live within, my name is Mike Houston, I live within 150 metres of this development. We're currently getting a little bit of dust from the demolition. I'm talking in support of this proposal. Living in Richmond, it's a wonderful place. We have a lot of green space, we have a lot of schools, we have wonderful stores just within a 5-minute walk from where we live. I take the Max Yellow bus to work every day. It's excellent. And there is access to Crow Tower from this site because of that Max Yellow bus. My one thing I don't like in Richmond is that we're becoming an unaffordable place to live. The median price of a home now is over $1 million. Someone before talked about the children. Well, where are they going to live? How many kids are going to grow up and be able to afford to live in Richmond? I think this development will provide so many new housing options for so many more people. And I think that's really beneficial for our city and for our community. It will help local businesses, there'll be more residents, it'll help community activities, there'll be more people to take part in those. We don't need more green space, we need more housing. And accordingly, I think this is the right development. I think it's in the right location. And even though I live by it and maybe it could have some negative impact on our housing value, I think it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Greg Miller.
Hi, my name is Greg Miller. I'm a resident of Calgary. We need more homes, so please approve this plan to build more homes. Does this plan represent a change? Well, yes, it does, just like many other changes that are already well behind us. And for example, I grew up in Alberta in a community built in the 1960s, in some ways not much different than this one. And as a kid, I remember coming to visit Calgary. One of my earliest memories was in 1973, watching Queen Elizabeth open the Calgary Stampede, watching the RCMP's musical ride at the grounds, which was pretty cool. Calgary was different then. The population was somewhere over about 400,000, and the province itself was about 1.8 million. Imperial Oil had just introduced low-leaded, not unleaded, gasoline. Almost every adult I knew smoked, including my parents, and asbestos was used in construction. Well, fortunately, times have changed. Calgary now has 1.5 million people. Alberta has nearly 5 million. Things are different, and housing has changed with it. When my parents bought their first home, the price would have been about, 1.5 times their household income. I have great memories of that home and that neighborhood where I grew up. So here we are in another time of change, a federal election. And when we look at the platforms of the leading parties, we say they take housing very seriously. The Conservatives have long said they're committed to cutting red tape, ending NIMBYism, getting rid of gatekeepers. The Carney Liberals now say they want to get in the business of building, actually also to cut red tape and make it easier to build. And both parties acknowledge what we know. Housing is a critical issue. Now, in contrast, we have a municipal election coming up, and a group of councillors sitting here today belong to a party called Communities First. Now, a quick scan of their website and related sites reveals a curious omission. No mention of the words home, house, housing, housing affordability, or affordable housing. And yet, we agree and we acknowledge we have a housing crisis right here in Calgary. The point-in-time homeless count was finally revealed and highlights over 3,100 people living without homes. The city's Home Is Here report says that home prices to the median household income is a staggering 5.5 to 1, which is a far cry from my parents' experience or even my own experience. 1 in 5 households continue to struggle to pay for any type of housing and are considered at risk of losing it. Now, this development will help. It will create at least 1,200 units of badly needed housing on an abandoned school site. It will replace an old parking lot. It will be a short walk from multiple mass transit stations, which will also be upgraded by the developer. The water, the pipes needed to service the development will all be provided per city requirements. The development will cascade in height and density from 16 stories next to a freeway down to 4 stories beside the existing community. And fully 10% of the site will be reserved for park space. In short, we're talking about sensible redevelopment that will contain a mix of housing types on an existing site close to downtown transit, primary transit, and existing services. I've heard mention of the MDP. Well, this site supports the MDP, which envisions 50-50 balance of growth in existing and new areas. And the MDP demands this and recommends this with good reason. Because what will you do if you are worried about aging pipes? Well, my dad used to say, if you're in a hole, then stop digging. We expect pipes to last forever. So stop putting in the new pipes under the sprawling prairie, knowing you're just creating another financial obligation for the next generation of Calgarians. You have traffic concerns? Well, don't put these 1,200 units in new areas on the edges of Calgary, where realistically we have no way of delivering reliable, frequent transit service anytime soon. And you don't want your taxes to go up? Well, here's an answer. Let's quit financing brand new suburban developments that the city may or may not receive a payback for. Finally, are we worried about change? Well, in my opinion, change is inevitable. That great neighborhood that I grew up in, It turns out it was named after an architect of residential schools. And just a few weeks ago, my hometown announced they will change the name. And I'm glad. It's the right thing to do. It's the least we can do. My memories of my neighborhood and my hometown are stronger than ever. In short, change is okay. Please enable memories for current and future generations. Build homes now, and let's build homes here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to see if Hazen Elwood is on the line yet.
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, please go ahead, Hazen.
I don't really have much prepared, so I'll make it really short. I think something that gets missed a lot in this conversation, I know there was a piece the other week in Livewire that there was some frustration about kind of talking too much about economics, and believe me, I understand that economics can get pretty seedy, but I think a lot of this sort of talk about economic viability is not just about the development. How do we make the developer money? But it's really how do we create financially resilient communities that have the sort of population required to make the services that we expect, have the tax generation power that we can actually make sure that we are investing in communities at the rates that are required, or just public businesses, public space, or not public businesses, private businesses, public spaces, recreation facilities. Everybody loves those. I think it's awesome that we have a vision for what better communities can look like in our inner city. I think too often folks miss the requirement to provide people to these spaces. Just like it's difficult to underdevelop. It's difficult to have too much density. Every new person is someone else adding to your local economy. That's somebody who's making that's especially for a local business. That's money that's staying in the community. That's money that is tightening the network of people who are connected in the community. Keeping each other strong as we face unprecedented geopolitical challenges. And so I'm just getting increasingly worried, especially as it appears this is kind of a very similar debate as other transit-oriented development in the past, that we're going to scare away any of the ability that we have left as a city to provide high quality of life for people in communities that are currently struggling. And folks will come and tell you all the ways that their communities are struggling. But I think we haven't quite put the dots together that in order to build the communities that we want to see, we have to bring the people required to make those things function. And I just really hope that we understand the balance that we're dealing with, especially with such a binary decision right at the end of the development approvals process, or I guess kind of in the middle because it's just the land use. But if we say no to this right now, we're just going to have a vacant site that's sitting there. It's not generating any tax revenue. It's not giving the city any reason to make the investments into infrastructure that are required to make this community more livable and more sustainable. And so I just hope that we weigh all those things out as we move into this decision, and just the generosity of the developer to put their money into this site to make sure that that transit station is more functional, because it's not a really great space right now, which is one of the reasons why ridership on the Max Yellow is probably not as strong at each station as it could be. But of course, we're in such a strategic location, right next to downtown, right next to Mount Royal University. I do really like what Courtney Walcott said in that piece, where it's people want to live here, and it's just kind of a question of how many are going to. And we have an opportunity here to, I think, get the right balance of density on the site, not as much as the developer had previously proposed, which likely would have had a little bit more opportunity to provide, vibrant public spaces and community institutions that the folks want. But I think this is at least a good step in the right direction. that will hopefully the city can turn around and make those critical investments that are required to make this a thing that we can guarantee in communities that we have systematically underpopulated.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for anyone on this panel, so thank you all for taking the time to present to us today. Council, I'm going to test your will to get through one more panel before we take a break. Is anyone opposed to that? Okay, perfect. Next panel, if you could come on up to the front if you're here. Cheryl Purdy, Kevin Weidenmeyer, Alexandra Robertson, Marnie Evans, and Annie Lamb. So let's kick off with Cheryl Purdy, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Cheryl Purdy, and I live on 25th Street Southwest, across from the Viscount Bennett property. We bought our home 7 years ago and specifically chose to put our life savings into this home because there was a school on the property, a lovely green space, and a football field across from us. We love the single-family home community of Richmond Park. Then Minto Communities, with their 2501 Richmond development, chose to put 6-story buildings, 16-story high-rise, and a minimum of 5,000 people across the street from our home. I ask you to vote no to Minto in this proposal and tell them to do the following. Number 1, reduce the units per acre to what is the maximum allowable in the City of Calgary's municipal development plan of only 40 units per acre. Their density is egregious and far too high. Number 2, redo the transportation impact study, which will prove what we already know, which is Minto has given you flawed and outdated data. This flawed data should not be allowed to base a decision to approve this huge development. Number 3, dig deeper into the sewer and water infrastructure data. I know for a fact that the pipes on 25th Street Southwest, which are nearly 7 years old, are not able to handle the size of this development. Why? Because I literally spoke to the City of Calgary workers in 2023 as they installed liners inside our pipes 2 years ago. They told me when I asked what they were doing that the city was too cheap to replace the pipes and that they were at the end of their life. When we talked to Minto and the city engineers, they told us all they needed for this proposal was to provide the size of the pipes, not the integrity of the pipes. We all know, given the summer of 2024, that the integrity of the pipes matter. And I know for a fact that these pipes are at the end of their life and cannot support the size of Minto's proposal to you today. Lastly, and from my heart, is the size of the green space and the location. What they're proposing is too small and in the wrong location. The size proposed is only 1 acre of land, you can see up there in red, in the northwest corner of the property, where there is the highest traffic. Minto has not listened to the community when we told them at the beginning that we want literally space between our established neighborhood of single-family homes and their development. So by having the green space, which should be a minimum of 4 acres according to the municipal development plan, it should be in the southwest corner of the property. See the black corner. Currently, there is a football field which has been constantly used by the community in the following ways. In the summer, we see spontaneous soccer games, touch football games, frisbee games, and kids practicing their football and soccer in the evenings. We see the community of dog walkers each day. And in the winter, we see the snowshoers and cross-country skiers. The most priceless tradition of the southwest corner of the property is during the winter, is when it is used as a safe toboggan hill. Because there are different slope grades, the little children use the slope in front of our home on 25th Street Southwest, and the larger children use the slope on 30th Avenue Southwest. It is truly magical, and like clockwork when we watch, after a dump of new snow, how the children come out after school and on weekends to toboggan on the hill. This is the culture that everyone desires in their community. This is our community, and it matters. This is priceless, and we ask you to stop Minto from taking it away. Minto wants to only provide 1 acre of land in the northwest corner, that red spot there. It is dangerous there, and someone will get hurt. And with a park there, it will likely be a child. You can prevent this by making Minto give us 4 acres of land in the southwest corner of the property, please. The proposal right now is putting the park space where every car involved with this development all go through this intersection of 25th Street Southwest and Richmond Road Southwest. See my map. Red is the Minto's location of the park, and the black is where the community wants the green space and park. In conclusion, please vote no to Minto. Can you please roll the 4 videos? There's the younger kids, there's dads with their children for their first toboggan ride. And down they go. These are the older kids going down just spontaneously. It's like a normal afternoon in the winter.
Thanks very much, Ms. Purdy. You're just at time.
There's the last video. I left enough time.
Ms. Purdy, you're just at time, so thank you for sharing your presentation with us. Let's go to Kevin Weidenmeyer, please.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Gondek, members of council. My name is Kevin Weidenmeyer, and I'm an engineer by training, and I'm also the president of the Richmond Nob Hill Community Association, and we're opposed to this application as presented. I joined my community association because they had a fantastic rink, and I wanted to help out because I love skating. Through the CA, I met many community members. Some have lived here their entire lives, attended the high school, and others like me who've moved here over the years. There's a great sense of history and community in this area. This is a community that's under development. There are 120 active development permits currently in our neighborhood, and those represent doubling, tripling, quadrupling, 10 times the amount of density coming into each one of those lots. And we see a diversity of home types, basement suites, infills, and apartment blocks. And I say that because people here have looked at the abandoned site of Viscount Bennett for years, understanding it would be redeveloped and envisioning what that would look like and how it would affect and add to our community. So when it was proposed that 3,000 people would be put on the site at a dead-end road, the community was rightly upset. The popular Richmond Hill, Nob Hill, is only 5,000 people. So for an established community, as defined in the MDP, adding 60% jump in the population is not contextual. The proposal is better suited up the road at Curry Barracks or at Westbrook over the LRT station. We asked the developer 2 years ago to follow the city's standard for engagement. That didn't happen, and we had to organize our own planning sessions, workshops run by professionals to create a vision that matched the MDP and the LAP. This plan adds hundreds of units and will add double-digit growth to Richmond Nob Hill on its own. It has not been acknowledged by the developer or the city. This is what's appropriate to build here. You've heard a lot of our concerns that have not been investigated or answered. The condition of our infrastructure is a major worry and has not been addressed. The applicant assumes that the water and sewer are good enough to support 3,000 people, but in reality, it's a 70-year-old neighborhood, and we don't have that condition assessment. I live across the road from the site, and what I do know is that a couple months ago, my water was out for a week. I know that Crowchild was shut down on 2 occasions because of water main leaks, and it's a pretty common occasion to see water leaks across the road by Viscount Bennett, and that's right where we're building this site. We just went through a major citywide water disruption, and I think we learned our lesson that we need to understand that state of the infrastructure. The growth in the last few years at Richmond Nob Hill has been notable. The Richmond Elementary School has for 40 years housed an after-school program for families, which is a critical need. That school is now so full that that program was forced out. RCA is really fortunate that our hall is right across the park from that school, and we could come to an arrangement to keep that program running in the community. Now, kids don't have to walk far. Parents don't have to drive all over to find new spaces for their kids. While we're glad the CA is helping out, it does limit what we can do with our hall and our space. And we don't know the impact of 3,000 new residents to the area on an already full school. We don't know the impact of the recreation facilities. We don't know the impact of the roads and of course, the piping, sewer and water. So without properly knowing what that condition is before moving ahead of this site, we're committing the city, the developer, and the community to a lot of risk. We're committing future dollars whether we think so or not, because we don't know what's underground. With the Bears Paw feeder main break last summer, it was the unknowns that hurt the city. I know that we had been monitoring the integrity of that line for years, but we still had a failure. Here we aren't even looking, but I'll tell you there are signs, right? We had leaks. This council needs to vote no and send this proposal back for further study. A fair and equitable engagement has not occurred. The actual state of our infrastructure has not been addressed, and the proposal is in no way contextual to the community. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have for us.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And apologies for mispronouncing your name, Mr. Widdenmeyer. Alexandra Robertson, please.
Hi, this is Lee Unseth calling in for Alexandra Robertson. She's my partner and had a work event come up, unfortunately, but we both live here in Killarney if I'm able to speak in her place.
Could you tell me your name again?
Leif Unseth, Leif Undseth.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
When I first was calling in about this development, it was really focused on the traffic density, and then obviously my engagement with those who were years ahead in their development took me a lot further into what this project means for the area. A lot of the other residents have made some very good points. To not have to overly iterate it, my focus here is mostly around the dangers of moving within the community. Obviously, members of the development team who are pro-development discussed when the school had a capacity of 2,000 students, but what I think that is ignoring is the amount of infills we've already seen, which have taken properties within Killarney from 1 to 2 vehicles, upwards of 8 vehicles when you get row homes of 4 units, maybe even more, especially with basement units. So while their data that they provided may have been reliable 5-10 years ago, I think that a lot of that has ignored the density that this community has already had to absorb based on row homes and infills and has missed to calculate for that. While I understand the council and the city's overall desire to increase density and to increase the housing crisis, I think that it's being done at the expense of people who have built these communities. People who moved into these communities, and for example, myself, with the draw to the multiple parks, the parks that were across Richmond Road, the communities within Killarney, and with the loss of this land and the loss of the land over by Sarcee and 33rd, it's going to be severely limited just to get the dogs outdoors or the children that I wanted to raise in this community. While Richmond Hill and Killarney have rinks, those are already overloaded, and just an enjoyability of life factors really being diminished by putting this many residents in there. So to make it short, I am pragmatic. I understand the developers put a lot of time and effort into this location. I get it. My family comes from a development background and works on projects in and around Calgary. However, I think this one is just being done with a very short-sighted mindset, which is sacrificing the life of residents who built Killarney into a desirable place to live. And I just hope the council considers that. I know that this land is going to be built on. I understand that that is going to happen. I just hope that the regulations, as many of the other residents have pointed out, is that it's done responsibly and it's done within consideration for everything else. The dangers at the Richmond and 29th intersection when crossing, the dangers of trying to get into Marda Loop, the amount of pedestrian car accidents I almost witnessed on a weekly basis. I just imagine those being increased. Even if you calculate for a majority of people doing transit riding, you are going to have an increase of cars, an increase in tension of the drivers who are moving through these spaces. And I just think it is reckless without significant changes to either the Crowchild exit or the Richmond 29 exit or both. So to give everyone else on the panel some time to speak, I would just like to reiterate that I get this development is going to go ahead in some format, but I hope that we're not willing to sacrifice the well-being of current residents just to get more homes on pieces of land. I really hope we have consideration for tax-paying people who live in these spaces, call this place a home, and hope to call this place a home in the future. So I thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing where this council meeting goes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Unseth. Just hang on the line on mute in case there's any questions for you. Councillor Penner, procedurally, you're probably wondering about the break.
Yeah, I'm just.
We don't need to worry about that because we passed the motion to finish this panel.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, though, for flagging that. Let's go to Marnie Evans, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Councils, for having us here today. My name's Marnie Evans, and I've lived 1 block west of Viscount Bennett site on 25 A Street for over 20 years. My husband, 2 teenage daughters, our dog Hazel, and I have deep roots in Richmond Nob Hill. This is our home. It's not easy being here today. Public speaking isn't my thing. Still, I'm here because of the future of my community. I urge you to vote no today on the proposed Viscount Bennett redevelopment. Let's be clear, the community is not against development. We're against the density of this proposed development. We support smart, responsible, sustainable, community-focused growth. That's why when Minto did not appropriately engage, the community initiated independent workshops and created their own redevelopment plan. 400 units, 40 UPA, 4-acre park, and a 4-story limit that aligns with the city's municipal development plan. Minto's proposal, the density is up to 280 UPA, 7 times what your city plan recommends. They've offered just 1 acre of green space and no meaningful plan to address infrastructure, traffic, or safety. It's not responsible growth. It's overdevelopment, and it directly contradicts your MDP and the original Westbrook LAP. The Community Association has attempted to engage in good faith. They've submitted a plan consistent with city guidelines. In return, that plan has been ignored, and we've been met with hollow engagement and a proposal prioritizing profit over community well-being. My slide here shows the RB Bennett site. If you look at the initial headline, I'm not sure if you can read it, it says engage, meaningful dialogue, informed decisions. So you compare our engagement with the RB Bennett site, city-led redevelopment master plan. What was the result after the engagement with city and the transparent consultation? It was 40 units per acre and 2.7 acres of green space. That's similar to what Richmond Nob Hill is asking for. But I ask, why haven't we received the same attention and due diligence? And also on the website, I see the project has been paused, and I can only assume it was because of the infrastructure problems in Bowness. And our community has the same concerns that our aging 70-year-old pipes could face failures like the Bowness water main breach or the recent wastewater breach because the infrastructure impacts of this project have not been thoroughly assessed. And the impact won't stop in Richmond Nob Hill. It will strain the surrounding communities of Killarney, Rutland Park, and Marda Loop. And still, we've seen no thorough infrastructure audit and no realistic plan to accommodate increased water, sewage, electricity, or transportation demands. For transportation, the TIA for the area is outdated and incomplete. It relies on 2022 COVID-era traffic data and fails to consider volumes from when the site was operational as a charter school. The Minto proposal offers no real traffic solutions, just traffic lights and wishful thinking. If you can go to my second slide, please. I'm not sure if all of you know the context of our site. The site is there in blue, obviously. Richmond Road runs diagonally. The pink dot is a dead end. There is no access to Crowchild. There is no access on the east side of the site to Crowchild. There's no access to 33rd Ave on the south side of our community. The only access roads out of the site are Richmond Road West and 25th Street to 26th Ave, where Minto has proposed traffic lights at each of those intersections. And 2 lights, in my opinion, does not equal a traffic solution. So needless to say, this process has taken a toll on our community, emotionally and mentally. For 2 years, residents have volunteered countless hours trying to be heard. Of the over 200+ submissions received through the CPC, a resounding 93% oppose this development, and that's why you should vote no. What the community is asking for is simple. Development that aligns with the city's own planning guidelines in the MDP and LAP, meaningful community engagement and consultation that results in fundamental changes to this project. And as our elected representatives, we urge you to pay attention to the residents here, the residents in Ward 8 who will be directly impacted. The Viscount Bennett site offers an opportunity for smart, sustainable growth, but the Minto proposal is not it. The density is too high, the green space too low, infrastructure analysis is incomplete, and the community has not been heard. This is not the way we should be building Calgary's future. So please do the right thing today and vote no. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Annie Lamb, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Annie Lamb, and as a resident of the community, I'm strongly opposed to the current design by Minto. I've summarized my top 3 concerns in the next few slides. On this slide, you can see that my design assessment approach is based on 2 things. First is the MDP, because the MDP is a strategic policy document that guides Calgary's growth and city building. This is a published document that took years to put together with the intent to be followed. And second is my personal experience and interaction with Minto. Next slide, please. So my first concern is density and build form. Minto has proposed 8 buildings with land use designation of MH2, which has a minimum density of 150 units per acre. This is a drastic increase in density from the current community density of about 5 to 8 units per acre. And then a table to the right here, I've listed 4 sections in the MDP, which design deviates from. I'll just go through them quickly. Item 1, Minto's design does not meet 2.2.5 because the policy encourages growth in low-density neighborhoods through development similar in scale and build form, and specifically calls out for semi-detached, townhouse, cottage housing, row housing, and other ground-oriented housing. Item 2, the design deviates from 2.4.2 because the policy encourages development of low and mid-rise buildings to achieve the desired intensity of the development. It specifically states that taller buildings are appropriate in greater downtown, major activity centers, and urban main streets. And I want to stress that the Richmond area is not considered any of those. Item 3, this design deviates from 2.3.2 because the design does not respect the existing character of the area. It does not provide an appropriate transition of development intensity, and there's a dramatic contrast in the physical development pattern. And lastly, item 4, the design deviates from 3.5.2 because the policy states that inner city area may intensify near high density areas such as main streets, or intensification is consistent and compatible with the character of the neighborhood. Again, I want to stress that the Viscount Bennett site is not a main street as per MDP, and intensification is incompatible and inconsistent with the existing neighborhood, which consists of single-family homes, duplexes, and some multifamily units. So my recommendation here is to reduce density to 40 UPA and reduce the building height as well. This reduction is more in line with MDP and will also reduce impacts relating to other areas of concern such as traffic and infrastructure brought on by high density. Next slide, please. So concern 2 is green space. Minto proposed 1.1 acres of green space. That's a net loss of 8 acres of green space for the community. And the proposed green space does not meet MDP as it calls for open space of 2 hectares per 1,000 residents. And with the proposed maximum of 1,500 units, approximately 3,000 additional residents, MDP would require 15 acres of green space. So my recommendation here is to increase green space and also consider the location of the park. Next slide, please. My third concern is engagement. This is from my personal experience. Minto has not met the intent and policies in section 2.3, which calls for community engagement early in decision-making process. That engagement on the planning process needs to be responsible, thorough, and transparent. I personally have registered online twice with Minto to receive project updates, and I have never received any notifications. I was only made aware of virtual and in-person presentations by Minto through word of mouth from our neighbors. And in the sessions that I've attended, Minto presented to the community, but presentation is not engagement. And I felt there was a lack of effort to collaborate, address community feedback, and engage the community in a meaningful way. I want to stress that this community welcomes a development in this beautiful space, but just not this one. It is just not the right fit, and I think more work has to be done according to MDP before approval. So I urge the city to reject this proposal and request that Minto work with the community collaboratively with transparency to get a win-win for the development design for the community, Minto, and the city of Calgary. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There's one question in the queue. It's from Councillor Penner.
Yeah, I think I will ask, I'm going to ask this to Ms. Lamb. And I've heard it from multiple presenters now, 40 units per hectare. That makes it compliant to the MDP. There is nothing specific in the MDP about that. So how are we getting this calculation, this number? Because I'm scouring the MDP and it's not there. So can you explain it to me?
Can I ask someone else to answer this question? Please.
If there's someone from this panel, yes, maybe, and if there's maybe someone on another panel who wants to answer this, they could indicate it at the start of their presentation. But if no one on this panel can answer that question, then just whoever's on a future panel and maybe has that information, they can indicate it, and I would be happy to ask it to that person.
I will defer that one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think that's it for the questions for this panel. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us today. The next panel that's going to be up is panel 6, and I'll let you know who it is. It's Peter Grobauer, Michael Glennie, Sarah Haynes, Tara Lee, and Justin Similuk. So that'll be at 4 o'clock after our break. Following panel 6 is panel 7, which is Ashley Bills, Philip Harding, Celia McKenney, Craig Riley, and Murray Lorenzo. So we will take a 30-minute break and see you all back at 4 o'clock. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Mr. Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Whiteness. Here. Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Dollywell. Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Corral.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Spencer. Here. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Damone. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we're getting back to the public hearing. We're starting with panel 6. So we'll get the following people to come and have a seat at the front. Peter Grobauer, Michael Glennie, Sarah Haynes, Tara Lee, and Justin Similuk. Only seeing one person come up, so let me make sure. Do we have Peter Grobauer? Perfect. Do we have Michael Glennie?
Hi, I'm here over phone rather than in person.
That's perfect. Thank you. Do we have Sarah Haynes?
Yes, I'm here on the phone.
Awesome. How about Tara Lee?
I am here on the phone.
Great. Justin Similuk?
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Grobauer, please kick us off.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Grobauer, and I'm a resident of Richmond Nob Hill. I'm here today to speak in favor of Minto's land use amendment proposal for the former Viscount Bennett site. Firstly, at a time when Canada in general, and Calgary more specifically, is experiencing a housing shortage and affordability crisis, I believe development of this site with this proposal is a prudent thing to do. This brownfield site's location, close to downtown and MRU, with transit and trail accessibility, is an ideal place for high-density development. My hope would be that Minto builds elements of street-front commercial, some level of affordable housing, and a mix of owned and rental units into their final plans. On a personal note, my husband and I are 25-year residents of the Richmond Nob Hill community. We reside on 32nd Avenue Southwest in the eastern part of the community. As such, we've lived adjacent to and have experienced densification in this area. Everything from, over the years, from regular 2-unit infills to corner 4plexes to 16-plex units directly across the street to 6-story buildings along 33rd Avenue on the Marteloup High Street. As such, I believe we can bring some context to what residents experience when their neighborhood undergoes these changes. Over the years, we did share apprehension and even banded together with neighbors in opposition to some of this new development. The issues we rallied around were the same as those being raised around, against the Minto development: increased traffic, diminished parking, loss of green space, etc. The reality that we experienced is that most of these fears were unfounded. Did traffic flows increase? Sure. Are they unmanageable? No. Did our enjoyment of our own property diminish? Not at all. Did our area change? Yes, and in many ways for the better. This new density has enhanced the vitality, walkability, and vibrance of our community. Finally, I'd also like to comment on Minto's community engagement over the past few years. We've found their process to be very good. There have been invitations to provide input and feedback, both online and in person, and they've done a great job at keeping stakeholders informed. In closing, I'd reiterate my support for Minto's planned development and would encourage Council to vote in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you grab a seat, if there's any questions at the end, I'll let you know. Let's go to Michael Glennie, please.
Oh dear. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and Council. Wow, I don't envy you after listening to what I've listened to today, and I certainly have a higher regard for the job that you have to do in juggling everything that you have to juggle. I feel very blessed that I've been able to hear from so many people today. Lots and lots of work having been done by many sides. I'm very late to this process, and so hearing a lot of personal stories and well-researched information has certainly made me much more informed. I'm joining you today to speak in favor of the rezoning of the Viscount Bennett site. The main reasons for me are people, proximity, and possibilities. I moved into the Richmond neighborhood in 2011. I had my detached bungalow with yard, fences, the dream. But there was definitely some spirit lacking in the neighborhood. In 2014, I moved one street over into an attached infill. Not too long after, we had our alley paved, and little did I know that created a possibility for connection among our block, the block behind, that I did not foresee, and has led to many impromptu alley gatherings and planned alley gatherings as well, which has definitely contributed to the connection among our community. Why I bring that up is because I think that ultimately the spirit of a city comes from the people and the proximity of those people and the creation of possibilities that those allow. I think that this proposal to rezone this land and re-envision this site provides an opportunity for a shakeup. Right now, it is a dead site in need of some spirit. I know that the prospect of change can be daunting. As representatives, you have the challenge of weighing the possibilities presented by this proposal. I think that we can give in to the fear of the chaos to the community that many of my neighbors have brought forward, or we can embrace the possibility that comes from bringing people into a community that has abundant amenities. We can embrace the possibilities of a human spirit and a human connection in a diverse and vibrant setting, the possibility of a sense of belonging to a city and a community. I challenge you, our representatives, to choose the bold course, the one that not only makes sense, but the one that makes Richmond and Killarney an open, welcoming community, one that continues to embrace change. I want to be part of a community that shares our benefits, our abundances, and our privileges. I want to be part of a city that is not stifled by fear, but is excited about what we can create together. Please vote yes to this rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay on the line in case there's questions for you, but just make sure you're muted. Let's go to Sarah Haynes, please.
Hello. My name is Sarah Haynes. I'm phoning in today to support the proposed development. I feel like these property rezoning projects get a lot of loud opposition from homeowners, citizens that want their community to have the exact same look and feel from 10, 15 or more years ago from when they originally purchased. I want to give my perspective as a homeowner that has lived in Glamorgan the last 18 years. I'm also a lifelong Calgarian, and I'm familiar with the area of this project. My grandparents lived across Crowchild from Viscount Bennett, and my own father and his siblings went to that school. Although my property is not directly beside the school, it is very close to the area that my family lives and travels within. As a parent of a high school student, a main concern of mine is my daughter's ability to be able to live and work in Calgary. I want her to have the same opportunities as I did. I worry that she and my nieces and nephew, once done their post-secondary education, will not be able to afford to live in this city. We all know that housing costs have skyrocketed, and this leaves our younger population with no chance of home ownership, especially within the core of the city. It's important to me to speak up now so that these projects get underway to open up options that will be available for my own daughter and the next generation of Calgarians. I know that one main concern that people have is traffic. I know from my own living experience in Glamorgan that there's been a lot of development in my area. Only a block away from my own home, there's multiple complexes that have been built since I lived here, adding hundreds of units. In addition, there's been an explosion of properties in the Old Curry Barracks, adjacent to Mount Royal University, and I can honestly say this does not cause me any problems with getting around. Yes, it is busier, but I'm still able to get around the city, and I feel that worrying about traffic with a development like this is just fear-mongering. We need to add housing to our city, and by building on the extremities, we ensure people are using cars. This project gives people different options as it's close to transit nodes and centrally located. In addition to worrying about my daughter and where she'll live, I also have a lot of concerns over climate change and the impacts this will have over the lifetime of our children. It's our responsibility to act now, building projects that are within the inner city or close to the downtown to allow for density, so people do not have to have multiple cars per household. The more density we build, the more viable our transit options are, which will ultimately benefit everyone in the area. It's important that we build a Calgary for the future. The Calgary that I grew up in had a population of 500,000 people, where you could buy a bungalow in this area for well under $200,000. Well, that Calgary doesn't exist anymore. We need to be thinking of the future, the homes, amenities, transportation, all of these things that future Calgarians will need. As many that spoke before me, we need more homes and, importantly, more affordable homes. So again, I support this development, and I thank you all for your time.
Thanks very much for your presentation. If you can hang on the line on mute in case there's questions after, that would be great. Let's go to Tara Lee, please.
Wait just a second. Good afternoon. My name is Tara Lee. Thank you for your time, Mayor and Council. I am speaking in favor of this land redesignation. I am a single mom living in Richmond with my two daughters, ages 10 and 14. The housing crisis is very real. My rent is 47% of my monthly income, and that is down from 58% last year. My children and I downsized over the summer so that we could get more affordable rent. Not affordable rent, but more affordable. We let go of 2/3 of our possessions in order to do this. The dire necessity for housing in this city is a reality my family faces every day. Minto's plan for the Viscount Bennett site is solid. Whenever I pass that dilapidated old Viscount Bennett school, I feel excited and hopeful about things to come. The plan provides ample housing and does so without diminishing the character of Richmond. The tallest buildings are planned to be next to Crowchild Trail, with low-rise buildings facing the nearest houses, and I think that's brilliant. Minto's plan provides valuable, small-scale commercial space. With more amenities, the walkability of this inner-city neighborhood will only increase. The Viscount Bennett site provides a golden opportunity to bring new amenities into an established neighborhood. That doesn't happen when a house gets replaced with a fourplex, so let's not waste the opportunity we have here. With the Minto plan, transit is going to be improved too. Parking has been studied and found to be okay. I don't see any problems here. Minto's plan even preserves a decent amount of park space. A park doesn't need to be large if it has enough trees. I can and do find a sanctuary walking through a copse of trees. Nobody finds sanctuary on a soccer field. Richmond is a fun, safe, vibrant community, and I want to know that it's not going to become a neighborhood just for the highly privileged. Great communities need to be accessible for a variety of people with a variety of needs, variety of lifestyles, at a variety of price points. The last thing I want to see at that Viscount Bennett site is more single-family homes. If we deny increases in housing density, the socioeconomic impact of this housing crisis will only get worse. I also want to give a few reasons for why Richmond is the right community for a development like this one. When I moved from Patterson to Richmond, I felt like I left the desert for an oasis. There are people walking on the streets. There are amenities and places to go, more so in some parts of the neighborhood than others. Land redesignation will bring that vibrancy to more of Richmond. There will be more of what makes this community desirable already. Having lived in 8 different Calgary neighborhoods over my 46 years, I can tell you that living in Richmond is nothing like living in suburbia, but it's not the Beltline concrete jungle either. Richmond is decidedly an inner city residential area in its vibe and its location. The proposed land redesignation is completely in line with this type of neighborhood. I also want to point out that Richmond has seen infills coming in for generations. There are homes of different types and styles on every street. The character of Richmond is diverse. It's not cookie cutter. Putting in a new and exciting type of housing with commercial space only enhances the diversity that's already here in the community. Mayor, council, you know Calgarians need more housing density. Minto has a thoughtful, well-considered vision for their land that serves the best interests of all Calgarians. When housing density proposals like this are blocked, it only creates and exacerbates very, very real socioeconomic problems. I feel that doing so would be irresponsible. Calgarians are counting on you to make sure this project goes forward. Please don't let us down. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Please hang on the line on mute in case there's questions for you. And let's go to Justin Similuk, please.
Hi, Mayor and Council. This is Justin Similuk. This is fine, right? This is, once again, the location where everybody on Council says that housing should go. Inner city, near transit, land being used efficiently at an abandoned site, yada, yada, yada. And guess what? This time there isn't a reservoir to make bad faith water arguments. So what else do we want from this? I've been following this proposal for a while. It's been incredibly simple to get information and be engaged on. All you need to do is be curious about the project and not taking the stance of objecting to everything that comes your way. I've been to or sat in on 3 engagement sessions. I was given information by the local area councillor, found the website easy, was provided information by the developer too. I saw the beginning of the project and how it changed with community feedback. This is fine. But you know who is really difficult to get information from? The Community Association. The group that members of this council put so much weight in about knowing what's best has been incredibly difficult to get information from. My communication with them has included dubious engineering claims, straight-up lies about governing legislation, and even questionable people involved that are representing the CA. If I hear one more person make claims about density or growth and comparing them to feeder mains or professional engineers using their titles to stoke fear and misinformation into communities, I'm going to start showing up to more council public hearings as punishment. It's shocking that these are the voices and the views that the community's first party says need more say in our development process. To quote Councillor Sharp, now is the time to decide what kind of city we want to become when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I believe we can do better. By being an inclusive Calgary, we will gain knowledge, talent, innovation, and growth because we will be enabling all of our citizens to be their best and most successful selves. I agree, Councillor Sharp. Great quote. Very liberal of you. We do need diverse people who live in diverse housing types to make Calgary a better place. We can do better. That's a pretty stark contrast to your partner, Daniel McLean, who thinks Elon Musk is brilliant, and when it comes to planning documents, diversity, equity, and inclusion, he says, quote, "I hate it. Actually, I find it offensive. It's just another far left-leaning woke document," end quote. I don't know what kind of Trump-style American politics this is, but it's a disgusting thing to bring to our city. Next thing you know, we're going to have councillors talking about public hearing like their crowd sizes or something. Calgarians deserve better than this rhetoric. I bring this up because I question the community's first candidate running in Ward 8, who conveniently spoke 2 panels before me, using community's first branding and communications to spearhead opposition to this project. It appears that community's first isn't open or amendable to persuasion and has already made up their mind on this application, something I recall being a pretty spicy debate after RCG. This is the nodes and corridors that so many of you claim we need, and yet I'm willing to bet there's community first members who agree with this project, but they would rather politic and play games with than Calgarians getting housing and getting the job done. Let's be abundantly clear. This development provides housing for approximately 2 weeks of growth within our city. That's it. That's how minuscule this is. All of the years of talking about building homes and not actually making it happen. That's the kind of red tape that Communities First is trying to tie our city up with. So again, this is fine. Approve it, move on. This is housing for families, housing for new Calgarians, housing for potentially divorced men who lost the house and need to get out of Victoria Park. This is housing for people. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just looking at the queue and I don't see any questions for this panel. So thank you very much for joining us today. Appreciate the time that you spent with us. I'm going to let you know who's up next. It's panel 7. Do we have Ashley Bills? Perfect. Do we have Philip Harding? Do we have Celia Menier? Do we have Craig Riley? And do we have Murray Lorenzo?
Yes, I'm on the phone.
Perfect. After this panel will be panel 8, and I'll just let you know who's on it. It's Storm Purdy, Lori Kennedy, Derek Anderson, Stephanie Howard, and Chad Saunders. So let's get started with panel 7. Ashley Bills, you will kick us off.
All right, thank you, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I want to start, I'm not asking council for special treatment, rather I'm asking council to apply the same considerations that were applied to similar low activity neighborhood local areas within the Westbrook LAP. I want to go through a review of key highlights from the MDP as well as the Westbrook LAP and hopefully get to some suggestions on path forward. So if we could bump to the next slide and another next slide, please. So neighborhood high activity per the MDP with significant concentrations of housing, employment, or institutions. These areas draw people in locally, citywide, and beyond. This is not reflected by the Viscount Bennett Chinook Learning Area, currently, and how Minto proposes to develop it. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, one more slide. Geez, let me catch up. There we go. Okay, so this is just a screenshot from the MDP on what high activity area would look like. If you could go over to the next slide, we'll jump into light activity. Neighborhood light activity supports modest growth, and these areas will occur over time at low moderate densities, with the highest intensities concentrated along corridors. Growth will be more gradual and transition towards areas of higher activity. The city set out indicators as part of the appendice of the MDP, 50% increase unit count, and this would be achieved with development of the area, but at a greatly reduced scale than what Minto is providing. The next slide, please. This is another screenshot or grab from the MDP that reflects the light activity area. You could go to the next slide. This is a satellite image from Google Earth of our area. It looks much more reflective in the light area than the high activity area. You could go to the next slide. The highest activity area under the Westbrook LAP is the Westbrook Mall and Transit area. It's also surrounded by neighborhood light and local urban form. However, it has numerous characteristics that reflect high activity compared to Viscount Bennett. If you could go to the next slide. This is a comparison of area features. I won't go through all of these, but as you can see, the only area feature that applies to this area is the BRT yellow line and potentially smaller retail units at grade. However, there's been no commitment by the Minto development to actually develop small commercial or retail units at grade. The next slide, please. So we're going to jump into the local area plan, and we're going to go to the next slide. This is both for urban form and building scale for those who aren't familiar with the plan. We'll jump to the next slide, please. Transit is very important consideration to both the MDP and the LAP. However, urban form and scale also need to be considered. Minto is applying the parameters that apply to characteristics of a high activity or neighborhood commercial, which is completely inappropriate. The neighborhood connector and local urban form categories have been applied to the area to reflect residential and low intensity commercial character of the area. Next slide, please. This is my interpretation of Minto's plan on the left and how it would be applied to the building scale. It's actually quite similar to what was shown at the opening of this agenda item by city councilors, or clerk rather. The next slide, please. It takes Minto's form category or scale category at a zoom out to the surrounding neighborhood, and just to show the context and how out of context or too aggressive this is. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, perfect. So this is zoomed out even further to show the entire Westbrook LAP and how just out of context it is. The only area that has similar building scale is the Westbrook Mall area and transit hub. We can go to the next slide, please. The blue circles, which you can kind of see on each of the images to the right, show show transition zones from the transit form, also show local or neighborhood local form and limited form for scale. The red area shows that even in core zones for transit in the highest areas of activity still have a low scale in the area. The next slide, please. So this is the site in question and just some characteristics that kind of overlap. We'll jump to the next slide for some key takeaways. Even in the highest activities or activity areas.
Mr. Bills, you're just at time.
Just at time? Okay.
Yeah,
well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you grab a seat, if there's questions, I'll let you know.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Let's go to Philip Harding, please.
Thank you. I'd be prepared to address Councillor Penner's questions either at the end of my presentation or at the end of the panel, whatever's reasonable. Good afternoon, Mayor Gondak, members of City Council. My name is Phil Harding and I'm a long-term resident of Richmond and live only meters away from Viscount on 25A Street. I'm an interested citizen in this project. I've had an opportunity to hear from some of the community presenters and support their comments. First, I want to say Minto's proposal is wrong for this location, not just by a little, but it proposes a density which is 4 or 5 times greater than what needs to be considered. In a word, it's outrageous. I have a number of issues of concern, but as I'm limited to 5 minutes, I choose to focus on development infrastructure or lack thereof. I expect Council to make its decision based on good planning merits, including application of statutory plans like the MDP and the Westbrook Community's Local Area Plan, existing and proposed road access, existing and proposed utility infrastructure. Given the recent infrastructure challenges, Council has a relative duty of care in approving land use amendment applications. Statutory defenses available to Council are only available if Council acts in good faith. Is Council acting in good faith where it knows or ought to have known that existing infrastructure is questionable for the proposed Minto project? I appreciate that City administration may suggest that infrastructure matters are to be handled after the public hearing stage, that such issues will be addressed at the DP stage. Not even getting into the limited scope of appeals of direct control land use bylaws as those proposed here, there is further consideration, Council, on infrastructure. In 2013, Council amended the land use bylaw 1P2007 to include a new infrastructure sufficiency provision section in Section 24. Section 24, the development listed in Section 25 will only be exempt from the requirement to obtain a development permit if it has adequate sewage collection, treatment, and disposal, water supply treatment and distribution, stormwater collection and storage, and road infrastructure capacity necessary to serve the development. It was only in 2013 that council administration twigged to the idea that insufficient infrastructure might pose a problem for developments prior to 2013, it was not believed to be an issue. If change to planning processes could occur in 2013, then should this council not be open to bringing the sufficiency of infrastructure forward to the land use amendment level in 2025? We are long beyond the time when council can delegate important utility decisions to the development permit or subdivision process. If you council have any doubt about infrastructure capacity for this ultimate build-out, I urge that you either defer this matter until after you have necessary information to make this decision, or you refuse the application, much as you did recently on Glenmore Landing. I have a few closing comments. I just want to state again, 200 letters were received by CPC, and 93% of those letters were objections. Glenmore Landing rejections set the precedent for this project. Issues included the need for a deeper review for this land use requirement for further and better analysis of the impact of the project. If all the information isn't there to make a decision on behalf of the community and the city, they, Minto and the city, need to get this information and come back to council when they have it. It's incumbent to nourish the process with thorough and complete information. Minto's proposal will result in hyper-capacitation of the grid, unnecessary overload of the infrastructure. With reference to both the MGA and the LUB, there is a responsibility to not change the zoning unless it's appropriate. One last time, I urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Celia Menier, please.
I'm hoping you guys are able to reference my photo package that I submitted to the clerk as I speak, please. Good afternoon. I'm here as a concerned resident living near the proposed Minto development, speaking on behalf of myself, my neighbors with small children, and those aging in place who cannot attend. I've lived in my house since 2012 and have built a tight-knit community. We're fortunate to have roots here and raised families, and many of our neighbors share that privilege. Our children play together. We enjoy sharing our front lawns and sidewalks while we welcome new neighbors. We have also seen changes. We're now dealing with cars ignoring speed limits, honking as we load car seats and cut through traffic increasing to avoid congestion spots. This leads to frustration and unsafe situations like drivers honking at elderly neighbors crossing streets or rushing vehicles clipping curbs near children. Parents and pet owners grip their children and dogs near intersection, fearful of the vehicles and unsafe traffic conditions. Many new neighbors are obligated to park on the street. The ideology that making car ownership inconvenient will reduce vehicle traffic is mistaken. In reality, a non-contextually sensitive densification building will increase traffic. Rideshare pickups, drop-offs create 2 trips, and deliveries and maintenance vehicles add even more. Even residents without cars contribute to the increased traffic load. While high-density towers exist in other parts of Calgary, their locations have immediate access to major arteries like 17th Avenue, Bow Trail, 16th Avenue North, and LRT stations, which make a key difference. Although visible to Crowchild Trail, there is no access. The proposed Minto development would require residents and employees to travel 1.7 kilometers through residential neighborhoods to reach major roads. A passing concern is the proposed use of Richmond Road for access. Richmond Road within the city is actually 3 different roads, all with the same name, but vastly different in size and capacity. The first, known by most as the road to and from West Hills, is a wide 4-lane divided artery built for heavy traffic. The second is the Richmond Road leading to the Crowchild Trail Cloverleaf, still a main route but smaller and with less capacity. The third, the one being proposed for the Minto development, is the smallest. It's a narrow residential street that simply cannot handle the increased traffic from this fulsome development. Another issue is along 25th Street, where the developer proposes a light and turning lanes at 25th Street and 26th Avenue. However, there's no room for widening or setback here. There are 2 retirement homes on the corner of that intersection. In front, there are loading zones that are required for elderly residents' access, as well as ambulance and fire truck use. Parking on both sides forces cars to weave around parked vehicles, creating a serious safety risk, especially in winter. The intersection of 25th Street and 26th Avenue is already problematic. Horn honking is common, raising concern for families with small children, childcare providers, and residents of the aforementioned retirement homes. The developer promotes the community building potential of this project, but that's a significant difference from how we define community. This developer may see a conglomeration of residents. We see a diverse, multifaceted neighborhood where we share spaces, socialize, hold block parties, and walk our children to nearby schools. We're not opposed to contextually appropriate densification in line with the city's Westbrook LAP and the city MDP, but we ask for a plan that balances densification and goals with safety. We request that the height of the development is limited to 4 stories and the number of units reduced to maximum 400 and are in line with the city's densification plan, 40 UPA. The current proposal's density and height are unsafe and would disrupt the flow of multiple surrounding neighborhoods. Please vote against this proposal as it stands to preserve the character of this community. Let's ensure the sound of children playing is not drowned out by traffic and exhaust. We shouldn't have to sacrifice our safety and well-being in our own neighborhood in the name of progress. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Craig Riley.
Good afternoon. My name is Craig Riley. I've been a resident of the Richmond community for 40 years. My concern is the amount of mobile construction equipment required to meet the Minto plan. The developer has proposed a high-density community project, more often associated with rapid transit systems, be inserted into a 1950s residential neighborhood. It doesn't fit or belong. Big, slow-moving trucks making countless thousands of trips to and from the Viscount Bennett site will overwhelm our roads right from the outset. 1,500 homes constructed in several phases, including 3 16-story buildings on a former high school site, is a massive, long-term project. Dump trucks, mixer trucks, flat decks with steel, glass, wood, and countless other products will flood our neighborhood and impair our quality of life for 10 years. In my 20s, I worked on construction sites like ours as a truck driver and a ready-mix dispatcher. I've had an interest in site access issues ever since. Projects of this scale usually require direct site access to a minimum of 2 multi-lane traffic arteries to meet access demands. Multi-lane roadways clear traffic efficiently, as faster-moving vehicles can pass without hindrance. On single-lane roads like ours, the slowest vehicle sets the pace, causing frequent, ongoing delays and mounting frustrations. Our Viscount Bennett site has no multi-lane access. Direct site access to Crowchild Trail and 33rd, which you would think would be an automatic, are not available. The bulk of the construction traffic will be carried by 26th Avenue Southwest and Richmond Road. Both provide only 1 lane in each direction. 26th is an east-west community connector. Richmond Road provides direct access from 29th Street to the Viscount Bennett site. Both roads are already huffing and puffing with increased workloads from fourplex construction projects all around us. They are incapable of keeping up with any Minto onslaught. What happens when the roads can't manage the work? The work must be reduced. The Community Association has put forward a plan to extend our neighborhood, modernizing the Richmond feel with increased density, adding 400 new homes in appropriate green space, as opposed to the unwelcoming maximum housing fortress favored by the developer. This Minto plan is unbalanced. It's as though the folks at Minto are saying to the residents of Richmond, hey, would you mind living in a full-blown construction site with huge trucks and trade vehicles streaming in and out, clogging the access roads we rely on every day for 10 years? Depending on market demand, we may complete a few phases, abandon the site for a while, and then start up all over again. How does that sound? No is how that sounds. If Minto gains access to the site via 33rd Avenue, homeowners will be shocked by hundreds of vehicles passing right by their front windows every day. Loud, obnoxious, and dangerous. What about the kids, the pets, the guests that attempt to come by? What about just going for a walk? It's unreasonable. We seem to have a problem with Minto understanding the gap between our visions. They were very clear on their vision, but struggled to understand why ours was so distant. It made me think of a man trying to get his size 12 foot into a size 6 shoe. Not fully appreciating the magnitude of the problem, he suggests, perhaps I should try a thinner pair of socks or trimming my toenails. Really? I encourage you to vote no.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Marie Lorenzo.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. My name is Murray Lorenzo. I'm a 27-year resident of the Richmond Park community, and I'm absolutely appalled, dismayed, and disgusted by this proposed Minto development on the site of the Viscount Bennett School. The quality of life in my community would be greatly affected by this proposed huge housing development. Densification and overdevelopment is ruining the city and I was born in and lived in all my life. This great city and its quality of life is being destroyed by developments like this. Richmond Park currently has pedestrian-safe streets, beautiful green space, ample parking, and ease of traffic navigation. This development is not compatible with the existing character of the Richmond Park community and will basically destroy the character and quality of life in our community. What I do see in this proposed Minto development is overdensification, severe lack of parking, the creation of unsafe pedestrian streets, severe lack of park space, and huge traffic congestion and access issues. The development process that has been followed by Minto is absolutely the worst I have ever experienced. Minto has not acted in good faith and is attempting to manipulate and ram this down the Richmond community residents' throats. Minto has not done proper due diligence on their proposal in the areas of traffic, park space, vehicle parking, pedestrian safety, and existing sewer and water infrastructure, which is already over 70 years old. Minto has treated the residents of the community with absolute disdain and has shown no interest in listening to residents' ideas or concerns. Due to their extremely poor interactions and arrogance with community members, they have completely lost any goodwill or trust of the residents. This has caused me to lose all faith in Minto and the City of Calgary's development process that Minto claims it has followed. At the most, this development should be a maximum of 400 units, which is in line with the Westbrook local area plan that was previously approved by the city. Whether this development is 400 or 1,500 units, the traffic access issue and volumes are not compatible with the existing access points and existing single-lane roads. The current development traffic access proposal will require all new residents to drive at least 2 kilometers to reach either Crowchild Trail North or Crowchild Trail South. This is absolutely ridiculous, and the development borders Crowchild Trail and creates huge congestion and pedestrian safety concerns for the community residents. What should be proposed is the building of direct traffic access to Crowchild Trail by improving the existing overpasses at 33rd Avenue and 26th Avenue. These overpasses are only a few hundred meters from the development, both the north and south sides. Improving these overpasses would greatly reduce the traffic congestion to existing access roads in Richmond Park and minimize negative impact of large development on the community. Richmond Road and 26th Avenue are single-lane roads which were never designed for thousands of new car trips per day. So, Council, I proposed that a proper traffic and engineering study be done by the city to improve the overpasses and put in an additional lane on Crowchild Trail in front of the development. I believe that this would put all bus and vehicle access to Crowchild Trail and not through the Richmond Park community at all. I'm also greatly concerned with the huge development's construction impact on our community. If you're adding 7 buildings with 3 of them being 16 stories, this is not a small development, and I would expect it may take several years to complete construction. So I would anticipate the construction will negatively disrupt the community with noise, dust, and huge construction vehicles for years, not months. The presence of large trucks would also reduce pedestrian safety in our community. I suggest that Council reject the current Minto proposal and require them to work with the Richmond Park residents to propose a development acceptable to the community and its concerns. The current proposal has not followed a fair, collaborative, and open process, and development plans lack proper engineering and community impact studies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have a couple of questions for this panel. Let's start with Councillor Penner.
Thank you. So I believe it was Mr. Harding who said that he could respond to my question. So I'll ask it again. So I've heard from a number of speakers, we're quoting 40 units per hectare as a density maximum. And that's in the MDP. So I'm wondering if you can reference the section of the municipal development plan and where that comes from.
So I'm primarily the one that's produced that 40 UPA number. And that's arrived at by starting first with the definition of the community as an established low-rise, low-density community. And if you work through an array and range of tables that describe the activities associated with that community, you end up with a range of about 20 to 40 UPA. Now, we picked 40 UPA. You've heard a couple of people reference the R.B. Bennett site. That site has a UPA of 38. Very almost identical community setting. It's a doppelganger for Viscount. So we felt going to 40 worked. Discussions as well, there was a desire to have about 4 acres of green space. And if you use the math, all kinds of people have been pointing at the MDP. And I would tell you that Minto has ignored the MDP on first density and on second on green space. So 400 units gets you in around 1,000 people. The math is pretty simple. It gets you about 4 acres. We've talked to 3 or 4 acres. So that's where that number comes from.
Okay, so to clarify, this is a number that you've calculated and it's not actually policy, it's a number that you've calculated.
No, I wouldn't say that. The number that I arrive at comes by processing information that's in the MDP.
Okay, I won't argue this with you. And I will let that be. I will let that stand. I have no further questions. I'll be asking administration about this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Yeah, I thought it was Mr. Harding, but I think it's actually Mr. Similuk. Mr. Similuk? Are you Mr. Similuk?
Ashley Bills. That's the last panel.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Bills, if you don't mind. So you had a very good presentation, and I'm not sure.
Might have got through it without the glitch, but there's just a couple more slides, but that's okay.
And how much time do you suspect that would take?
Put me on the spot, maybe 35, 40 seconds.
Okay, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
I would like to hear your last 2 slides because you did really actually conclude with a statement for or against, and I'd like to hear that.
Okay, so before we start, if you can go to, yes, this slide, and then it's going to be, we're going to jump 4 slides after this to the next slide. So anyways, so we'll prepare. All right, so what I've put together here is the, is that where I'm at? Sorry, this is the, I think I got to 1 slide past this, or maybe this was it. Yeah, here we go, key takeaways. So even in the highest areas of activity in the Westbrook LAP, low building scale has been applied in core transit zone or transition zones, core zones, and in transition zones, low modified building scale has been identified in several different areas. Applying this to our Viscount Bennett learning site should result only in low modified, resulting in 3 to 6 stories across the entire site, following the Westbrook LAP 2.2.5 comprehensive planning sites. The tallest building should be located in the north to minimize shadowing on open spaces, reduce the building size or building scale to 25th Street to transition to the existing lower scale residential development. And then if you jump 4 more slides, one back. Yeah, so this was what we heard and what we did portion of the Westbrook LAP. It was 3 years worth of interaction between both city planners and the community. So the point here is just don't treat us any differently than what was considered and approved in the statute. And then the next slide, please. I'm not opposed to development, in summary, and I think a lot of the community members feel the same way. However, the transition of building scale is much too aggressive and density is way too high. I urge council to vote no and reject the application amendment for direct control MH2 across the site per the MDP and Westbrook LAP.
Okay, so based on your submissions, have you been able to summarize what you envision as the number of units that should be going on this site based on the LAP?
The number of units? Yes, so between 400 and 500 units would be would fit the scale form of maximum of 6-story low-rise buildings to the north end, with the transition zones 3 to 4 stories across the transition zone to the south.
And that would be taking into consideration the amount that would be contributed as per the MGA of 10% for green space and the rest of it being developable?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and further, the bylaw for the actual land use application, MH2 or M-H2, doesn't have a density maximum, only a density minimum of 150 units per acre. So if Minto had applied the density designation, so other applications would be MH2 with a D, like a small letter D, and then that number as density. That could be as low as 150 with MH2, and then building height or scale wouldn't fit in this, so MH1 would be more appropriate, and there's other other bylaws that are actually more appropriate than that even, and just let me jump to one page at the back. It's M-C1. That is probably the most appropriate for the majority of this site.
And again, still arriving at those similar numbers that you just read?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue with questions, so thanks very much to this panel for joining us. We appreciate your time. Let's go to the next panel. Do we have Storm Purdy? Great. Do we have Lori Kennedy? Do we have Derek Anderson? How about Stephanie Howard? Do we have Chad Saunders? Come on up. And just before we start this panel, let me get you ready for the next one. The next one will be panel 9. So it'll be Richard Craig, Jeremy Flynn, Dave Avramenko, and Joan Little. So let's get started with this one. Mr. Purdy, you're up.
Thank you. I believe there are a couple of slides, and they may not always be in order, so I apologize about that. My name is Storm Purdy. I'm a resident of the Richmond Park Community Association community, and for full disclosure, I actually live right across the street from the proposed site, looking east onto the property. In 2017, we moved into the area with the idea of downsizing into a quaint, quiet community with a yard, with a low density and ample park space. We knew that there was a school across the street, so there was a little bit of activity and a little bit of traffic. We knew that we were going to be close to amenities, but we also knew that we were not going to be Killarney, and we definitely weren't going to be Marteloup in that circumstance. So the very first day we moved in, we had movers coming in, and we had ended up with 3 inches of water in the basement coming through our sewer. After we engaged with the City of Calgary and we engaged with plumbers, we determined, and it was determined that we had roots growing through all the main water lines along 25th Street, enough to cause a backup into our house on that very first day that we were there. The angle of that is we've got 70-year-old pipes and infrastructure in that community, and they have complications. One of the things about this presentation or this proposal that Minto has brought forward is we have never addressed the concept of the condition of the pipes in the infrastructure on this development. So the question is, let me just sort of address, who am I? Why am I involved in this? I'm an engineer by training. I've got 30 years experience in the oil and gas industry, and I've developed large projects, both with community engagement, looking at water and liquids infrastructure, gas and oil. And I've done a lot of work associated to the engineering and design of pipelines and pipeline capacity, conditions of infrastructure, community and stakeholder relations, as well as looking at the future growth. I approached all of my engagement associated to this project with that, through that lens, to see what the engineering was going to look like, how we should be able to manage it. So early on, about 18 months ago, we had some engagement with the developer, Minto. You've heard from many of my colleagues and many of my community members about the lack of engagement. I actually personally had a bit of an experience in February of 2024 after we went through the first proposal with Minto, and I reached out to their community liaison officer and said, hey, Charles, is there any chance that we could get together and just talk about this and see what kind of development would make sense? And I'm going to quote it because he said, I can't speak to you because it would be considered to be insubordination. That tells me that Minto's engagement to this community has been both deliberate and strategic. They have put a wall up in front of all of the community members, and they have not been forthright in their engagement. They've been telling, they haven't been engaging, they haven't considered any dialogue, and so that's my experience, and I think you're hearing that from the other members of the community. I've got 3 different slides that I wanted to just present to you. The first one, as you can see, is on the transportation side. The map that you've got up on the screen right now shows you the development. I've got circles on 5 of the different intersections associated to awkward intersections. These have not been developed or analyzed properly through the traffic impact assessment. In actual fact, the traffic impact assessment was done in 2022 during the height of COVID, and by the traffic engineer who actually signed off for the city, identified that that was a period of time that it was severely depressed in traffic. So we're using raw and wrong data associated to that. Since that time, we've had approximately 4 different traffic counts in the last 6 months that have not been incorporated into any future traffic counts. I asked the question, why? It seems odd to me. The next slide, if somebody wanted to go to the next slide, is the park space. You've heard the concept that there have been adjustments associated with the park space. This gives you an idea of what the current park space is. The orange is the actual park space, and the blue is the open space. Minto's initial proposal was there. Their final is 1 acre of park space, and it's the 400 unit. If we did the math as Phil had identified the 400 units, we'd be at 4 acres of park space. I know that I'm right at time, so I apologize. I have handed out those slides to everybody so they can view them.
Appreciate that. Let's go to Lori Kennedy, please.
Hi, my name is Lori Kennedy, and I live in Richmond Park, and I'm opposed to this development by Minto. Although this proposal has caused many concerns, my main concern is the traffic issue, so I will start with that. The proposed 1,500 units Minto wants to build at this location is too large a number for this neighborhood. This subdivision is in a wedge shape with only 2 main roads in and out of it, making the area difficult to accommodate the volume of vehicles that will result from this development in regards to parking and traffic. These traffic problems are inevitable. A person would have to completely ignore the problems in order to not see them. This increased traffic will create pedestrian safety issues also, and the increased street parking will only compound that issue. I have lived in this neighborhood for 30 years, and I have watched the increase in and variety of pedestrian traffic, walking, riding bikes, pushing on scooters, pushing baby strollers, and it's a joy to watch them, knowing that they are safe while they're doing it, because we have never had to worry about the traffic in our neighborhood before. I am fearful now that in the future, this won't be the case if this development goes through at this level of density. Not only will the current residents be impacted, but the new residents will too. This proposal isn't even taking into account the other areas nearby that are also going to be developed and will be adding to the problem, such as the Bennett, a 6-story, 97-unit building across from Minto at the corner of 25th and Richmond Road, and the Richmond Green Row House complex going in at the corner of 29th Street and 33rd. And there already is the new Richmond Cascades 5-story building across from Minto on the north side of Richmond Road. All these other developments are also going to impact the few intersections we have in this area. I am not opposed to densification. I just ask that it be done in a reasonable manner and really looks at the impact it will have on the surrounding community. Overstressing our aging infrastructure and loss of green space will have a significant impact on us. We will need more green space, not less, to accommodate this large of an increase in population. And the thought of having something happen to our water pipes, like what happened last summer in Bowness, because this development actually was too much for it, keeps me awake at night. I fear that I will be forced out of my home because this development has turned my neighborhood into something unbearable to live in, both during and after the construction. If this proposal goes through as is, in the future, I see a lot of unhappy citizens that will be frustrated and angry that the traffic situation had not been handled better, along with all the other issues, back when the city and Minto had the chance. Please avoid this situation now by voting against this proposal and help us come to one that will actually benefit us all, both now and into the future. Thank you for listening. And from listening to everybody talking today, I've got the impression that a lot of people just think that we're opposed to density, and we aren't. We're not NIMBYs. We just want to be treated fair and to have this done in a respectful way for all of us. And that goes for all of Calgary, not just even Richmond Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kennedy. Let's go to Derek Anderson, please.
Good day, Calgary City Council and Mayor Gondek. My name is Derek Anderson, and I'm speaking today as a resident of the Richmond community in opposition to the Viscount Bennett redevelopment proposal. I'm speaking on my own behalf and for my wife and daughter who couldn't come today. I would like to echo the sentiments of the Richmond community who stand 93% opposed to the land use application proposal and have expressed this through their public submissions. That metric is directly from the Calgary Planning Commission documentation. In a past course, I came across the following phrase, which I believe applies here, and it reads, "Seek first to understand, then to be understood." In this spirit, I have reviewed the CPC Commissioner comments in an attempt to better understand the position of the Calgary Planning Commission. More specifically, I read the Commissioner's comments regarding the rate of city population growth and the need for housing to accommodate growth. And I believe the position of the Commissioner is wanting to keep up, they're wanting to keep up with the rapidly growing city, and I can understand that. At a high level, I can appreciate the overall messaging regarding housing from the Commissioners. And from the other speakers who spoke in favor earlier today, I also appreciate their comments. As I believe that I now understand the position of the commissioners in the city, I now ask the city councilors do the same and seek to understand the position of the community, which follows. So number one, continued community concerns. The community is clearly opposed to the land use application, but we don't necessarily know if they're opposed to the amendment to the LAP. So I want to clarify right now that all of my neighbors here and myself, we are very opposed as well to the amendment to the Westbrook LAP. And all recent community meetings suggest this opposition is unchanged. Density, the proposal for 1,500 units is not aligned with the City of Calgary MDP or the Westbrook local area plan. Current community is 8 UPA. This proposal is about 135 UPA. The maximum could be higher than 200. Units per acre, I heard units per hectare. MDP policy, the guideline is 5 acres of green space per 1,000 people. Therefore, for 1,972 people proposed from the CPC report, the requirement should be for 10 acres of green space, right? So the required green space per city policy for something of this size should be 10 times the current proposed green space by the applicant. Again, we're asking for 4 acres. 400 units. I'm aligning my message with all of my neighbors here. Transportation, as per the Richmond Nob Hill Community Association submission from February 17th, 2025, the community has continued concerns about traffic safety, traffic flow, and parking. It is approximately a 1.5 kilometer drive to access Crowchild Trail from the site. There is no direct access to Crowchild Trail from the site. It's all single lane in and out. With cars parked all along the side, and you got to pull over to let others pass. And then there are big concerns from the community regarding 25th Street being redesignated as a collector road instead of a residential road. Now, I didn't even know that detail until a couple days ago. I had not, and I've attended all the Minto meetings and all the presentations. I had never actually seen it written down that that was the plan, but I believe I saw it in the CPC recommendation that 25th Street would be opened up to 33rd Ave. And if I'm incorrect about that, someone please correct me, but I believe that's what I read. And if that is the case, I'd like to say that we are very much opposed to that as well.
Here you go. Here you go. Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor Gondak and all the esteemed members of council. My name is Stephanie Howard. I'm here on behalf of my family, myself, and our neighbors to express my strong opposition to the land changes that are being proposed by Minto. When Richmond Road was turned into a dead end in the 80s in service of building Crowchild Trail, that change created a little pocket in Calgary that we affectionately call the Wedge. While it left the community with fewer options to sort of enter and exit, and which has been a bit of a concern at times, but to date, it has not taken away from the charm of this our inner city community. The restricted nature does, however, mean that even small changes or development shifts can carry a huge and oversized impact. For almost 30 years, the Wedge has been my home. I know my neighbors, I know their kids, I know their dogs best in staying. We built a multi-generational home, in our minds, a creative example of thoughtful densification. And although our intentions were good, our plans were challenged by the Community Association. Initially, we were hurt, disappointed, but we chose to trust the process. We engaged in dialogue, we adapted, we compromised, and ultimately, we emerged with a better plan and a stronger community relationship. That is what thoughtful development looks like. Unfortunately, Minto's land use changes proposal falls short of that. To be clear, I am not opposed to development. I'm here to oppose this particular development and others like it because it lacks transparency or the following of proper protocol or the spirit of that protocol. It disregards our community and it cuts corners in ways that could harm our city's long-term, in the long term. Minto's development is Minto's involvement in the structured community engagement process, frankly, has been disingenuous and performative. Their sessions were one-way presentations, not conversations. The most upstream stage of development in our city, we really need to be digging into instead of skipping over the steps put in place to ensure growth is sustainable and safe. Why does this matter? I think you all know well, far too well, given the catastrophic things that we've seen happen in our city based on perhaps insufficient planning. It's definitely aging infrastructure. And beyond safety, things like upgrades and road closures have all but crippled small business in Marda Loop. We've watched it, we've seen it, we've experienced it. These are just warnings. We can't just layer thousands of residents onto a fragile system without the certainty and data-based assurance that the infrastructure can support it. I have no doubt that this council feels the pressure of Calgary's housing crisis and growing population. No doubt. Perhaps you wish your predecessors had acted sooner. But urgency should not lead to recklessness. We ask you to act proactively, thoughtfully, and not just reactively. Minto is a Ontario-based corporation with Ontario-based solutions that I just don't think are going to do well in Calgary. So this is a great time for you, council, to vote no to this particular project. Say yes to the right kind of growth and the growth that will grow more communities like the one I live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Chad Saunders, please.
Thank you.
I'm scared to talk because then I watch that timer go, but here we go. All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. So you got me off a clipped, but that's okay. My name is Chad Saunders, area resident in neighboring Killarney, and I'm here today to share my observations and comments about the proposal submitted by Minto for the redevelopment of the Viscount Bennett site. I'm opposed to this proposal as presented and the way this process has unfolded since the land was sold. Lost opportunity. The redevelopment of the Viscount Bennett site is a significant undertaking and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that deserves far more research and more to loop, but this process has shown that there's been not enough thoughtful consultation about the true potential of the Viscount Bennett site. This proposal as presented lacks community input, imagination, innovation, and vision. Lack of consultation and engagement. In what we heard report, Minto agreed that, quote, community members expressed dissatisfaction with the engagement process, feeling that we're limited opportunities to shape the design and that their comments were not sufficiently incorporated. If Minto, in their own words, says that engagement process was wholly insufficient, then perhaps the entire proposal needs to be called into question. Minto's presentations limited opportunities to provide feedback or have a dialogue about the future of Viscount Bennett. Minto's presentation to the community took creative industries. No consideration has been made for the needed infrastructure improvements for people that are aging, have mobility issues, and have young children on this site. Affordability, accessibility are markedly absent from this proposal. Lack of green space. The green space proposed is not destined to be public green space. It's literally a front lawn located at a busy intersection that's designed to discourage gathering from anyone outside the Viscount Bennett footprint. The loss of 4 acres of green space to development has been understated and will add to an already existing green space deficit in the community and surrounding communities. I know because the city approached me about closing a street to build a park. Building a new neighborhood within an existing neighborhood. This is literally what this development is, and it has barely been mentioned or properly addressed by Minto or the city. There are countless issues that need to be outlined and accounted for before this site is developed. This new neighborhood will be built without the needed infrastructure, which people have already presented today. The topography of the site has been understated by the illustrations provided by Minto, and few considerations have been considered to improve access east and west over the Crowchild overpass to access the BRT, which is important, but come navigate with me in the winter and you'll bail right down those stairs. Mintos one another as to who and when these issues will be addressed. Positively, going forward, we can all do better, overhaul the process. The city could do more to actively help guide citizens through these applications and process, perhaps through the assignment of a dedicated project manager or being present at the workshops and open houses. It'd be great to close the feedback loop to be able to get comments on your submitted comments, creating a better engagement process. Input from stakeholders has not been sufficiently addressed by Minto simply because they did not conduct the necessary engagement with stakeholders in a suitable amount of time, nor have they taken the feedback into consideration when finalizing this proposal. The omission of input from stakeholders has impaired and negated the ability of Minto to create a development of this size at the Viscount Bennett site that works for the community and all citizens of Calgary. This proposal, as been presented, must be rejected. Future community engagement on Viscount Bennett will need to take place before, not after, the next proposal is submitted for consideration again. There's a lot of.
I appreciate the fact that you went to every available opportunity to engage. You said one thing that left me just wanting a little bit more around 25th, mentioning that if there is a plan to do something with that the community would be in opposition, but you didn't necessarily get into much detail. Could you outline what
Sure.
your concern would be about upgrading 25th?
So I think I failed to mention it in my original statements, but I do live with my wife and daughter directly on 25th Street, right at the entrance of this property where all the trucks are coming and going. So, you know, we live amongst the demolition that's already going on. Our concerns I have heard repeated verbally and probably in some emails too, just from my neighbors and my community here. Some of whom live along 25th Street, but I have heard concerns from them about the possibility of opening up 33rd Ave, which used to be open at one point, I believe, but it's been blocked off. For patient, because I share the sentiments of all of my community that I don't consider this engagement by any means. They were presenting to us what their plan is. You know, we gave them our feedback, and I have no indication that they took any of it, really. And in fact, I did ask at their most recent presentation, what feedback from the community has Minto incorporated into this design? I asked, and they could not answer the question. They did not answer the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, we will ask some questions related to 25th for sure, and we take pedestrian safety seriously. So thank you, Mr. Anderson. No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a question from Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, also for Mr. Anderson. In going through some of the material myself, I did note a couple of places where there's reference to a potential roundabout at 33rd connecting to 25th Avenue. It's actually in some of my notes as some of the questions I wanted to ask, and based on what you just said, it sounds like that's one of the concerns that you have.
Yes.
as a
that Avenue overpass and 33rd Avenue overpass to comprehensively cover this.
26 is a flyover, right? And it's not, doesn't connect to Croach Ave.
It does not connect.
But 33rd does.
You take, yes, 33rd does. 26, you have to go and you follow up to the old Children's Hospital, and then you can get onto Croach Ave.
And hence the reason I'm asking the question about the potential reverse direction of the traffic by creating that connection or that opportunity for people to get onto 33rd via 25th.
Yes, that could be an issue as well.
Anyways, it is a question I plan on asking administration, so thank you for being here. No further questions.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions in the queue, so thanks very much to this panel. We appreciate the time that you took with us today. There are 3 panels left, everyone, and they are all 3 comprised of 4 individuals. So the next panel is Richard Craig and Jeremy Flynn.
Richard Craig, and I'm a long-term resident of the Killarney community. I'm here this afternoon to speak against the proposal as presented by Minto. Again, we're not adverse to development, but this one I don't like. So, sites such as the Viscount Bennett school site are absolute gems in our city. And really there should be a good process run by the city to help define how those sites are developed and then bring the developers in with the constraints already agreed to with the communities. I have to disagree with the statement from the Calgary Planning Commission that this is good urban planning. Now, I'm not an urban planner, I'm just cranky. The process that ignores the input from the 2 communities affected by the development does not pass the smell test, in my opinion, as good planning because the communities were not involved. If you look at this was an old R1 area and is basically single family homes all through here, and there's a bit of a mixed bag down in this lot with, which is actually a bit more like Killarney. What is interesting is the population, as I calculated, is going to go from about 1,500 residents to nearly 4,000 with this development. And because Minto is stuck in the back corner here, everything has to go out this way. So traffic is one of my significant concerns here. This is a very quick picture of how people, because a lot of this property has been talked about because of the bus route. And I agree the bus route's great. we are going to have, according to Minto, and you heard it earlier, about 10 years of construction, and we're going to have millions of tonnes of material taken into the site. This picture shows where it'll come in. On 33rd and down Richmond Road, trucks will come back up Richmond Road, but this intersection is a disaster for trucks. It's only 65 metres from 33rd Avenue to Richmond Road. Doesn't give a big truck enough time to get going and get around because cars whip around that corner. So then what they do is they go up 28th Avenue and turn here and come up this way. Much easier for them. This intersection is easier. Part of the problem there is
financial transaction than a collaborative investment in Calgary's future. Our neighborhood currently sits at around 8 units per acre. Minto is proposing 135 units per acre. This is a massive jump that will more than double the Wedge's population. Similar projects in the area have targeted 40 UPA, which we think is more appropriate and aligns with the NDP and West local area plan. I saw the mayor on the news last week talking about Calgary's aging infrastructure. The Wedge is an older neighborhood in need of those upgrades, and adding this much density will put even more stress on our community's water, sewage, and electrical grid. Before any land use is approved, we must have the current infrastructure reports, otherwise we risk pushing an already fragile system to the breaking point. Just last year, the entire block north of our home had temporary water deployed because of broken pipes. MX is also regularly in our back lane repairing blown legs when our power goes out. Traffic and access are also a problem today. The Wedge only has a few roads in and out, and those intersections are already dangerous without adding 3,000 more people. Try turning left on 29th Street Southwest from Richmond Road while heading west, and either way on 26th Ave while facing north. I know this site looks like it has quick and easy access to Crowchild for drivers, land use opens the door for much more without any guardrails.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Avermenko. I'd like to thank Council and Your Worship Gondek for the opportunity to speak today concerning the proposed redevelopment of the former Viscount Bennett site. It's unfortunate the City of Calgary chose to decline the opportunity to purchase the site from the Calgary Board of Education. I believe the conversation building purpose-built rentals on the site has me very concerned for my neighbors and my future. The current proposal does not allow the City of Calgary Municipal Development Plan or the most recent Westbrook Local Area Plan, but instead is more aligned with the proposed Calgary Plan that has not been adopted officially by our current council. Consolidating the number of proposed units in such a small space leads me to believe that you could potentially allow my neighborhood to be overwhelmed by forces beyond all of our control. I believe we need to encourage diversity in unit types, from congregate seniors accommodations to affordable styles of detached family homes. My biggest concerns are based on safety, so I pose a number of questions for Council to consider. How many of the councillors here today have been on site to get a feel for the potential challenges and changes? If they owned or lived across the street from this development, would they be concerned? Does the City of Calgary have resource capacity to manage multi-generational, societal, religious, and ethnic neighborhoods, starting with the redevelopment of Marda Loop, even got into the highly contested nearby development of Richmond Green. Allowing units per acre from the approximately
Mr. Evermenko, you're just at time. Thank you very much.
Very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Let's go to Joan Little, please.
Hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Gondek and City Councillor. My name is Joan Little, and I'm speaking as a resident. Sadly, I cannot support this application as it was presented today. My family has lived in the Richmond Nob Hill community for 48 years. My husband and I bought our first and only home in the community in 1977. Our 4 children were born and raised here, and one still calls this community home, along with one of our grandchildren. I have attended the community public engagement meetings and the Mintos presentations on this development. Needless to say, my family is invested in the future of our community. Opposition to any inner city development is often labeled as NIMBYism. We are seeing cracks forming due to the latest rezoning bylaws and population increase. There are more traffic, safety, parking, and infrastructure concerns. The public school closest to this proposed development is near capacity. Green space is being lost, and that's even before all the slated development in the surrounding area. It came as a real shock when Mintos first proposed a development of over 3,000 units for the site. In hindsight, I think when Mintos presented the option being considered today, they honestly thought the community would be relieved, grateful, and excited about what's now being proposed, which is 1,500 homes with large condo blocks of 4 to 7 stories and 3 16-story towers along Crowchild Trail. If you use the average household in Calgary of 2.6, this proposal is for at least 300 to almost 4,000 residents. Integration into the community. There's been limited consideration to integrate this development into the community. There is a minor attempt to be street friendly with a row of 3 to 4 story units attached to the 5 to 7 story blocks. I suspect if those 3-story units were standalone town home units facing the existing residents, separated from the blocks of condos in the middle of the site and eliminating the towers attached to the blocks closest to Crowchild Trail, the conversation regarding this site would be much more positive. This would be similar to other developments in the inner city, such as the Mount Royal commercial site and the University District, with up to 6 stories in many of the cases. Because of this and
29th Street. And now you've got one guy going through a stop sign and one guy stopping where he shouldn't. And of course, it just gets into chaos. And that is a dangerous intersection. But all of those intersections are going to have more stress with more cars coming through. That's, I guess, my bottom line.
Yeah, I understand. And like Mr. Vermenko mentioned, it's always good to go drive through these new communities, and I usually do that before and then even after, and you can really see when new communities are, some densities being added, what the added stresses or how much traffic can impact the community. Just another quick question. I'm not sure if I might have missed that, but there is talk of a possible traffic circle coming in and out of there maybe on 25th Ave. Did you talk to that at all or have any opinion about that?
No, 98th. And those are very busy intersections. They are going to become a nightmare for people coming out. It'll just be more traffic all the time.
Okay, that's thanks. All the questions. I guess the perfect solution would be if somehow they could come in and out off of Crowchild itself, but that's to see. Or to be determined, or hopefully maybe there's a solution there, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you so much for joining us. Council, we've got 2 panels left of 4 people each, so I'm hoping, well, there's no way we're going to get through them any sooner than half an hour, so I don't know if everybody wants to take your break right now. Anyone interested in shortening the break at all? Okay, so we will break now and we'll be back here at 7:10. Thank you.